Good afternoon. Hey, 1 like already. You guys are on the ball. I don't usually look at that stuff, but I had to hit start stream. The old preemptive like. I approve. Can't beat a preemptive like. Today, hello Badger. Good to see you, man. We're going to continue with our game. I've lowered the lights. I've got mood lighting at the moment. See, we've got this little rat. Rat-a-tat-tat. Let's increase the lights again. I was just messing about with making the casket have some lights. 5 minutes early, you almost spell your coffee. I know. It was a bit uncouth of me. But, I've never claimed to be couth. The lights on this casket are actually pretty cool. See when it goes into its socket? The socket's pretty cool as well. Now, you can't really see the socket because of the low light. But I think when it's sitting in its socket, I think it looks pretty rad, honestly. Obviously, with a bit more light for the rest of it, it'll be neat. But I think the sleeper in the socket is actually looking not terrible. And you know what? Yeah, I like the little latches that hook on. They were an inspired thing. I was going to do what we did in the other version. Big improvement over Sleepkeeper 1. Sleepkeeper 1, I've actually got it open because I was trying to figure out how the hell I did the lighting in it. Sleepkeeper 1 had the little tubes. I liked the tubes. I thought the tubes were pretty good. But I feel like I want to save the tube tech for something else. The claws, they just feel a bit more solid. I like them. I'm thinking about putting, let's eject him with our lever. I'm thinking about putting like some scratch marks on the lid where the latches hook onto it. Just some faint little scratch marks. You know? Just an implication that they have been used before. Because I think over time they would get some little scratch marks. I think that might be quite neat. So yeah, I was messing about with lighting this morning, which is pretty good. So today, well, we've got our little rat, our friendly little rat, who currently doesn't do anything. He just exists, which is fine. But I want to make it so that he can walk over to machines and start nibbling on them and reduce their durability. So that if you see a rat, you're like, kill that rat. You got to go chasing the rat down. I think that might be pretty cool. I feel like when this guy walks, his arms should swing a bit. He's a bit robotic at the moment. He's a bit like a tank. You know? His legs are fine, but the rest of him is totally tank-esque. So I want to do something about that at some point. We did a door, a very bouncy door. It's the most bouncy door in the world, but that's just configuration. We'll sort out the bouncy door. We sorted out our little robots yesterday so that they can actually repair stuff. Let's pick on track 7 again. Take its durability down. Block his path. Okay, you can go. Nah, just kidding, you can't really. Nah, you can. Pretty cool. We need to give him an animation when he's actually repairing stuff. Maybe some particle effects, some sparks flying off or something. But that'll be cool. Oh, he's going home. What else did we do yesterday? We did the door. We did the caskets. I'm going to increase the light again. It's too dark. But I'm actually going to create 2 lights, and I'm going to disable this one. This one I'm going to rename to the good old debug light, which is just going to be nice and bright. Whoa, that's a bit too bright. I mean, arguably that's too bright as well. So, what else did we do yesterday? Debug light, you are too bright. Can you come down to like 0.8? 0.6. Yeah, 0.6 is fine. We need some actual floor tiles. We need some floor tiles. We need actual door sprites. We need well, I don't know if there is anything else that we quote unquote need, but I do want to get the rat working, but he's going to be quite difficult to get working actually, I think. Da da da. I think I'm mostly happy with our sleeper things now. Mostly. They're going to need... We're going to have to figure out how you see the stats of a sleeper, etc. But now we've got the whole body of the casket to work with, right? So we can potentially display stuff on here. Maybe. Last time we had those little bars up the side, but I didn't like the bars up the side. So we'll think of another way to do it. But yeah, what's the first thing we should do today? I need to make this lever look better as well. But it's not vital. I was playing with this lever earlier, and I thought, this could probably work as a button as well. Because you can like... You could do like a button version. Where you push it in instead of pull it out. Maybe use that for some things? I don't know. Yeah, so we need a real door. I'd quite like to do a real door. This one looks a bit lame. And then the big one is the rat. El Rato. So he needs access to information about everything that has a repairable component. So currently, what has repairable components? The tracks do, and the caskets do. The sockets do. They're the 2 things that need repairing. Which is actually pretty cool. I can damage this socket. What? Okay, I guess it's less cool than I thought. Anyway, damaging that socket should have made this guy come and get it. But I think I haven't put the tracks far enough up to it. Although I really thought they were. 8 minus 2.5. No, that's not it. 4.5. 8, 4.5. 8, 4.5. It's 3.5 away. So yeah, he should have picked up the fact that that is the interaction point for that. Interesting. Very interesting. I think these should be moved. I think it's expecting that. I think that's what it's expecting. Which is fine. We can do that. I actually want to improve the mechanism for finding tracks, interaction points. Currently, it just says look in front of you. What's that? Is that a lack of floor? I think that's a lack of floor. Yeah. Yeah, currently the interaction point, it just says look in front of you, see if there's a track there. If it is, that becomes your interaction point, which is fine. But I think I want to make it a bit more generic, a bit more tweakable via L-editor. I guess there's no real harm in those guys being partially embedded. Yeah, it's fine. So, that's enough dicking about. Although I do want to check that this still works. Sleep socket 1. Let's damage him. Good. Go fix him, little robot. I like how you can hang on to them and get a lift. Whee! I feel like it's kind of odd that he didn't actually go onto the interaction point. But on the flip side, that is kind of what I want, actually. So, whatever. Yeah, so that's pretty cool. Are you track 8? You are track 8. This is why I need to fix up these things. So the sleeper socket, when it starts, it says look 4 south of me. And if there's a track, that becomes my interaction track, which is fine. Except it clearly actually wants to be 3. 7.5. 4.5. So what it really should be is an object on this guy that's like interaction point. And it's just a hidden debug. And you can place it wherever you want. And then when you load the game, it checks if its interaction point is over a track. If it is, it says, okay, from this track, a robot can interact with me. We might want it to be more nuanced than that in the future. But I think for now, that's what we should do. However, for now, I'm just going to set that to 3. I can't be asked. It's not a very exciting thing to do. Although I think it'd only take like 5 minutes, but still. Yeah, we'll do it later. For now, I think we should design a door. These doors are really lame. So are these levers. Doors and levers. They're not playing ball with the rest of it. So let's do that. Mm, mm, mm. Hey there, little sleeper guy. I redesigned the caskets. They're a lot thicker now than they used to be. They used to have a very thin outline. Then I realized that was free real estate. So I gave them a much thicker outline so that we can utilize it for things. Not sure what we'll utilize it for, but you better believe we'll utilize it for things. Lever. Should we make the lever look better? I don't really know what I want the lever to look like, though, to be fair. As with the rest of it, I guess I'll just wing it. Winging it's worked pretty well so far. Mm. Mm. Mm-hmm. 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 If in doubt, just make shit up and then keep tweaking it until it looks acceptable. It's a good way to live. Da 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 da. Dee 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 dee. Yeah. Can you go below? Arguably worse. If in doubt, just keep going. I kind of want to keep this theme going on that I've got going, but I don't really know what the theme is. It's hard to put into words. I feel like there is no theme. It's just me making shit up. So let's try and make something up consistently. You. You get out of here. Consistently making shit up. So let's do a little bit of this. And then I don't know what I want to do with these edges. Je ne know what I want to do with the edges. I don't think I like that. No. No, I don't think I do. Hmm. What about like... What if it was just flat? Simplicity? God damn it. I don't think I'm happy with it just being flat. But I'm also not unhappy with it. Maybe we should design the handle first, and then we'll be inspired for the base. So the handle, I want to be wider, that's for sure. I want it to be like... maybe... I was going to say twice as wide, but that might be excessive. Mm-hmm. Mm. 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 Hmm. Da 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 da. Why did I just delete that? Mm. 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 Let's make it thicker. Hello, sack boy. A rat. That's right. A dirty rat. Uh-huh. Hey, sack boy. You should really see the sockets now and the caskets. Whoo! I've really upped my game somewhat. A little bit. What colour should this lever be? It should be pure white. I know, pure white. It's a little bit lame. But then we can colour it in-game. This design looks vaguely like the bottom portion of Michelangelo's David statue. I don't think I've seen that. In fact, I would go so far as to say I haven't. We are making some sprites, yeah. I want to make the lever look better. And then I wanted something to do. Now I'm drawing a lever. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm. Mm. And then we can colour it in-game. So we can have different colour levers for different things. I feel like if that was moved out just a little bit, it would have an implication that you should pull it. That's got an implication it should be pulled, right? I think it does. And that's what matters. I don't know what to do about the base. I might round the edges of that lever a bit. But for now, it's good enough. That's what we're after. Good enough. And previously, it was not. good enough. Now it is. Although, I think I want to put some patterning on this. Just subtle patterning, but patterning nonetheless. Like, I don't know. Just something. Something to imply that it's a lever. Well, something to imply that it's not a flat thing. Maybe just like I don't know. I'm back in the old just making shit up and seeing where it takes us routine. Which tends to work okay. I don't think I believe in that. Yeah, maybe I partially do. What if I... If there's one thing I learnt from yesterday, it's that I should ignore what I think. Like when I'm like, this isn't great. I should just be like, shut up, brain, and see how it pans out. Because it might just surprise me. There's always the undo key. Okay, this isn't panning out, but the logic is sound. There's always the undo key. Maybe that's fine. It'll be coloured. Not sure what we do with the base. El Baseruni. Ye olde base. There is a case to be made that we don't really need a base. Not really. Could just be stuck in the wall. Or stuck in the side of whatever. Maybe we don't even need a base. Like, what if we want a lever to be stuck on the side of a machine, and when you pull the lever, something happens? Does that need a base? Not really. Just needs the lever. I think I've convinced myself we don't actually need the base. And it's not just because I can't figure out how to draw it, although that does play a part. Why do you look so odd? Anyway, what if we just get rid of that? What? Oh, that's why it looks odd. I didn't turn off the base before I exported it. I like how it updates in real time in Unity. It's pretty cool. So what if the lever was literally just plugged into the wall? Think about it. So then we can do stuff like, oh, we actually want a lever on the side of the sleeper casket. Not that we ever would, but let's say that we did. Then we just go, make it a child of the casket. And that's how you eject a person from a casket, and it catapults them upwards. We're not going to do that, but, you know, conceptually, you could. Which means you don't really need a rigid... No, you do need a rigid body. But you don't need a collider. But you do need the rigid body so we can attach the spring to you. Which is fine. Can you be static? Maybe. And then this guy, we just want to modify the old collideroo to make it make a bit more sense. There we go. Let's see if that still works. And then I changed some things. Now I've got a lever. I might bring the base back, but it's not strictly necessary, is it? Da 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 da. Next up is the door. I think. And then we'll think about the rat. El Rato. Los Ratos. I think it's looking pretty good now, the sleeper casket. Hey, Sackboy. Look how the sleeper casket looks when the lights are off. Okay, that's too much off, but still. Pretty good, right? Imagine walking into a room full of them. Could be pretty neat. I'll probably add a light, maybe up here. But I'll probably add some other stuff up there as well. I'm probably going to want like a status light somewhere on it, like an alarm, in case the guy inside it is dying, so it can go arr, 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 but without the sound for now. Although I am going to have to deal with sound at some point, but that's way down the line. So, we have our lever. I'm happier with it. Not happy with it, but happier. And I'll take that. Doors. Doors should be interesting. Let's do doors. How big is a door? 32 by 128, including the holster. Okay. There is the question of, does a door need a holster? Maybe. Also, holster. I'm sure someone else came up with a better word for it, but I can't remember what it was, so we're sticking with holster. Sheath. That was it. I prefer holster. We'll come up with a good design for the holster later. Maybe. And then we've got the panel itself. Which is going to extend into the door. Just to avoid any shenanigans. Now, what would a door look like? Let's go full on basic for now. I don't think I want it to fill the whole thing. I want it to fill like, I don't know, half of it. Uh, uh, uh. Yeah. There we go. The perfect door. Now we're probably going to want to be able to colour doors as well. So let's... Okay, whatever. Now, what should a door actually look like? If I was a door, what would I look like? If I was a sci-fi door, half a door really is the way to think about it. I would come out a little. At the end. I think this is what our doors used to look like. There's a reasonable case to be made. That I should just use the old doors. But I think they're the wrong dimensions. Also, use the old doors? No. They wouldn't fit thematically, or whatever. As always, I expect this to look kinda lame. And then I'm gonna hope beyond hope that I stumble into making it looking okay. Just like with the sockets. I think a little bit of shading will do wonders here. Okay, door. Now this is a top-down view of a door. Top-down. That's the important part. Let's... It looks just like my freaking key. I mean, my lever. My lever looks like a key. But whatever. Maybe that's the thematic stuff I was talking about. I feel like I want the door to have like an outline. But that looks a bit shitty. But let's... There's always the undo key. Yeah. We're no strangers to undoing shit that I've done. You know I'm bad at art, and so do I. Yeah, and then I think I want that outside to be darker. I don't want the inside to be pure white. Maybe I do, because it's just going to be coloured anyway, so... Pure white means we have full control over it. Anything other than pure white means we don't have full control over the colour in-game. We're always limited by whatever minimal amount of colour we've put in. But like here we can say, yeah, we always want this border to be darker than the top. I think that's reasonable. So really when we're designing this door, we just want to be thinking about shading as opposed to actual door colours. It's more the difference in shades. And if we want to add multiple colours, then we'd have to do multiple sprites. Which is fine, we could maybe do that. But for now, I'm not going to say that's good enough, because I don't think it is. But, is it all I'm willing to do right now? Yeah. It's definitely close to it. I think I maybe want it to... do something a bit interesting in the middle. Not sure what that interesting thing is, but I think I do want it to do something interesting in the middle. Like, let's do it on a new layer. Maybe like... I mean, when I say interesting, I'm not talking about like going too crazy. But what if it came out again? I know. It's a bold strategy. But it just might work. Just to make the door just a little bit more interesting, you know? And then what if the colour it was, instead of being the old grey, what if it was... Blech! Didn't think that one through. What does this represent in a door? Who knows? Maybe it doesn't represent anything. Maybe it's a bad call. But maybe it's not. Maybe... Maybe I should have thought some more about what I want this to look like. However, I think I am maybe onto something. No, maybe not. Maybe though. What if I double down? What if I double down? Hello, Mr. 5. Mr. 5 is mystified. What if I double down? And I add another layer. Like a madman. I still have no idea what these could represent. But on the flip side, we're on a freaking futuristic spaceship. They don't need to represent anything. I do think this one should be a different colour. Maybe a darker colour? Yeah. Yeah. And then the final one. I don't know, I think I've gone totally off the rails. But we're going to do it, and we're going to see what it looks like in game. And then... I don't know. Probably simplify it. For now, though, who cares? It'll at least look better than... well, more interesting, visually, than the solid square that we had. And if we don't actually know what it means, who the hell cares? Let's export that. Now it's too big, but that's fine. Because I wanted it to be that big, so let's move it all the way in. Well, okay, maybe I didn't think that through. Me? Not thinking something through? That doesn't sound right. Maybe I should let it go into the door on the other side. I personally quite like that weird addition that I made. But what do I know? No, I don't think I can justify it going into the door on the other side. Not really. Which means the alignment of my weird-ass thing is all wrong. Which is fine, I suppose. We need to move the collider. We'll make it just a little thinner than it needs to be. You know, this isn't rendering quite right. But why? The answer to that is, I'm sure I've got a mask kicking about somewhere. Where did I put the mask? Where's the mask? Oh, sprite mask. Yeah. Sprite mask, can you be a floor tile? I know, it's a bit mental, but... yeah, maybe it's too mental. The good old floor tile sprite mask. You know, it kind of works. Except it need to be 3 times as long. I think I need the old sprite back. That's a depressing fact. Yeah. I need one that's like, Let's do a new layer and just call it panel sprite mask. And it's just going to be, we literally don't care. Let's export that. Yeah. And then we need to change that guy to be this guy. But first I need to run the old sprite settings on it. And then, god damn it. And then, cool. Well, I'll be the first to admit, my plan for a door looks pretty bizarre. It's also not properly aligned, but if you ignore that fact, then, you know, it could be worse. I guess I could just update the weirdness to be aligned centrally. Or I could get rid of the weirdness. Hey door, why are you so far out now? Is it because I need to change the, what you call it? The spring. The anchor. 3.5 minus 1.5 minus 1.5, huh? Minus 1.5 is only going to take it to here. I think it needs to be minus 2.5? Minus 2? Minus 2. Maybe now? Nice. You know, if my weird stuff had been in the middle, I think it would have looked pretty good. Door's still too bouncy, but that's okay. It's way too bouncy. And then we can change the color of it. Maybe a little color change is all it needs. Let's make it, yeah, red. Red for danger. Red for love. Red for dead. Red for clown. Red for, I don't know what else red could mean. We're not strong enough to open this door. We've got to rely on the lever. Yeah, whatever. Cool. I'm vaguely happy with that. Look, our feet go under the tracks. We're gonna trip. Need to sort that layering issue, but that's fine. Da 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 da. Door holster. Door holster. Do I really want to do a door holster? Maybe in the future. I think for now we can get away without one. So if I'm not willing to surrender my weirdness. God damn it. Yeah. If I grab these, yoink, grab the burger, and move it 16 pixels to the left. And then I give this the old yoinkaroo. I know that looks weird, but whatever. Who's weird looking now, huh? Cool. I mean, the door does still look weird. But at least it looks intentionally weird. Also, it's not fully aligned. I think I was off by like 1 pixel. 2 pixels? Look, I was off by a few pixels. That's no big deal. I'm also going to update the collision mesh to take into account my madness. I think I was off by 1 whole pixel. Yeah, I was. I bet it was 2. No, it was 1. Awesome. And then, yeah, I wanted to have a more nuanced collision mesh. So I could actually set up a proper collision mesh for it. Yeah, let's do that. I resent it, but let's do it. I hate this custom physics shape because you say generate a custom physics shape with 0 tolerance, and it goes, okay. Now what I think that would mean, 0 tolerance, is that it would hug the outside of the pixels exactly, right? 0 tolerance when generating the physics shape, I think should mean all the points will hug the edge of the image. That's what 0 tolerance means to me. But when you generate it, it goes, yeah, I'm just going to kind of fucking do whatever. Which is weird. So then you go, okay. So maybe a higher tolerance is a good thing. So you crank tolerance all the way up to 1, and you generate it. And it's closer, but it's still not hugging the mesh. So what the hell does tolerance mean? How does it quantify this? Because neither of the scales does what you would expect, i.e. it hugs the mesh exactly, which I don't want. I don't want it to hug the sprite exactly. But still, I feel like one of those extremes should do that, and it doesn't, which is a bit weird in my opinion. But whatever, we'll just manually do it. We don't want it to hug it, but we do want it to pseudo hug it. We can cut corners, because that means if you hug it, then it's fine, it's precise. But precision is not actually good for the experience. Because if you have two objects that are pixel based and they rub against each other and you've got it exactly matched to the pixels, then they will keep getting jammed on each other. Whereas realistically, you probably want them to like slide along each other, which is why you don't 100% follow the pixel line. You just kind of smooth it out a bit so that when objects meet each other, they have some wiggle room, if that makes sense. This is one of the more tedious parts. Only mildly though, it's not that bad. I wish I could just mirror it. Well, actually, what I wish is that the outline tolerance did what it says it'll do, but it's fine. Let's clean this up a bit. Nice. Sort of nice. Pseudo nice. Nice enough. I don't know why I'm being so proper about all this. It doesn't really matter. As long as it's close enough. That one, though. I'm going to do that. I guess I'm not. I'm going to do what I did on the other side. Yeah, sure. That'll do. Nice. Now we can, on the door, we can say, get out of here, box collider. You're obsolete. We can add a poly collider. That will hug our new physics shape. Cool. So now I shouldn't be able to walk through the weird-ass hamburger, which will be good. Oop. Nice. You can even kind of use it to push it along. No, we're never beating this door. You win this round, door. Go, go, go. We're too slow. Cool. I just want to check that these doors play nice. If we've got two of them blocking a larger corridor. So with that in mind, let's extend this out a bit. Just like that much. Sure. Who cares? This is just a test arena. Being said, I am tidying it up as I go. Yeah, and then move this door there. Maybe get rid of these. I'll put another casket in here for good measure. Yeah, the old double storage. And then a second door. We'll see how they play together. Hopefully they play nice. Are you hooked up to the lever? Yes. Cool. Yeah, they work fine. I mean, they don't fully seal, which is a little annoying. I guess they do. Look, guys. It's good enough. The fact that they don't fully seal sometimes, it's just a quirk of the spaceship. I mean, the spaceship's old, it's falling apart. Obviously, doors would sometimes not fully seal. It just makes sense. Think about it. Cool. So, pretty happy with all that. Let's commit all those changes. Updated a few sprites, and I feel like I did something else. Added lights to the sleeper casket. Right. We're starting to get into our groove. What do we do now? The rat? I've been avoiding the rat. I've been avoiding the rat. Hey, little rat. Do you want a purpose in life? I know you do. And I do want to give you a purpose in life. I just don't want to think too hard about it. So, we have our rat. Currently, he doesn't do anything. What we need him to be able to do is pick a node, any node, and go to it. That's step one. For that, he needs the environment. What? That's what I get for having a namespace named the same thing as the class, which you shouldn't do for this very reason. But whatever. Then we'll give it a... Did I make a path follower class? I know I have a track follower. Do I have a path follower? I do. I do. It does a lot of mad shit. But it doesn't need to do all the mad shit. So I think I'll make another one called Simple Path Follower. And basically, we're going to take Path Follower and we're going to delete a bunch of shit out of it. So, does it ever need to update its path? Nope. Does it need to initialize its clearance? Nope. Does it need to recalculate its path? Nope. Does it need to decide whether to recalculate its path? Nope. Does it need to rotate? Yes. It needs to move along the path. It doesn't need to do these. We'll keep the debug draw path for now. It's vaguely useful. It does not have a collider. It does not claim nodes. It does not have clearance. But it does have all that stuff. Cool. So that is a simplified version that will just go to the node. So we can say hang on. Let's see. Well, you need a simple path follower. Let's grab these on awake. I know there's a way to do this. I don't want to look at my other code to figure it out. Get, find, object of type. That's the one. Ooh, dear. Want to do the same thing for the Pathfinder? No, we don't. No, we do. We do. And then for the simple path follower, what's your deal? You are a mono behavior. Okay. We'll just set that up. So these two are global, but this one, he'll have his own path follower. And then in here, we want to say, if this path follower target node is null, is not null, this path follower. What? Do you automatically update yourself? You do. Okay, that's fine. So if we have a target node, just do nothing. Otherwise, this environment nodes. I just want a random node. This environment get random node. And this is going to return a node. And node count equals this nodes count. Random node equals random range 0 node count. Yeah. Inclusive, exclusive. Cool. So that's what we want. Then return this node's element at random node. What? Dot value. Cool. So that will get us a random node, just any node. So we can get the node. We can if random node is null, which it never should be, but if it is, just do nothing. I don't care. There ain't no nodes. Just in case it does become an issue later, but that should never happen. Then we say this Pathfinder get path to point. Sure. This transform position Random node position. No, not grid position, just transform position. What else can we pass in? Our collider. We don't have a collider. We don't have clearance. I think I need another version of this function that doesn't care about colliders and clearance. Oh. Cool. I guess we already have it. Nice. I think that might just work. As long as I hook up everything. Well, no, it won't yet. If there's no path, just return. That could happen. Could happen quite often, actually. But if there is a path, then we say follower, current path equals path. And let's just see what happens. I think the rat will run somewhere and then stop. That's what I expect. Although part of me expects it to just explode. Well, first I need to set up the rat. But once I've set up the rat, part of me expects it to explode. Okay, ratty boy. Have I been given you the rat class? No. Rat. I also need to move simple path follower into its own class, file, whatever. And then we need to make him a path follower as well as a rat, because that is true. Well, he needs to be a simple path follower because he doesn't have a collider. Simple path follower says, what's my pathfinder? I think he figures that out himself. He does. Well, is that true? I feel like that's true. Yeah, cool. And he doesn't have, oh, he does have a body. Rat, I thought I gave you a rigid body. Am I tripping? Yeah, that's fine. Does that pick up the rigid body by itself? Yeah, good. Okay, but now we can say, here's your path follower. Now, will it break? Or will our rat run around? I mean, he's freaking out a bit. With bit being an understatement. But he's definitely moving. Oh, I see. It's picking a new node every time. Whoops. That's my bad. Sorry about that, rat. Giving him an epileptic seizure. I don't know why it changes my line endings sometimes. It's got no reason to do so. Aha, yeah. This path follower target node equals See, I thought that got automatically set. Why do you even have target? Oh, I guess that's the wrong thing. But why do you even have target node if you don't? Ooh, I'm looking in the wrong one. I almost started messing about with regular path follower. Do you even use target node? Yeah, you do. Mm. Target node, target node. I need to look at the medbot. Did I kill the medbot? Mm, mm, mm. I think target node is redundant. Right, maybe this time he won't spaz out. Uh? 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 Look at him go. Celebrate that rat. Come on. Do 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 do. He took a weird choice there. I don't know why he's avoiding that one node like the plague. That's pretty cool though. Why is he ignoring that one node like the plague? I think it's got something to do with it being blocked. Which is fine. Except he's not supposed to care about such mundane concerns. No, he just went into it there. Well, whatever. Sometimes the rat makes weird decisions. It's a rat. Who are we to question the mind of a rat? So, now we've got our rat moving about. Pretty cool. Let's change his sorting layer to be... walls. I could add another one for rats, but I don't think it's worth it. The rat can go under the doors. That's fine. The rat can go anywhere. Now, what is this rat's purpose in life? To be an irritant. That's literally its only purpose, is to be an irritant. So, how can it irritate? Well, it's supposed to reduce the durability of stuff that... Also, I think I am going to have to give it a collider. But it's supposed to reduce the durability of things that have durability. Sort of like chew on wires, whatever. We're not going to go too ham on the rat AI. I'm tempted to just leave it doing this. Let's add a bunch of them. Go, my pretties! Nice. Pretty happy with that. Then we could make like a rat trap, and if a rat goes in a certain radius of it, it'll go over to it and get caught. And then you can put it in the material reclamation device and get some biomass. That's pretty cool though. Now I don't want to deal with the hassle of making them know things they can eat. It's going to be a real pain in the ass. So I'm thinking maybe every time they collide with something, they reduce its durability. Give them a trigger, and whenever they collide with a collider that has durability, they just reduce its durability by a certain amount. It'll be simple but effective. I might want to limit where they can go. So currently they just pick any node on the entire grid. No, I think it's fine. It's fine as is. We might want them to be able to replicate, or we'd just have rat spawners somewhere. We might want both, so that if you leave the rats, they will go out of control. So maybe like each time a rat interacts with something that's repairable, it steals some of its durability and it increases its score. And when its score reaches 100, It duplicates. You might end up with infinite rats, but we can probably put a cap on it. Well, there's no probably. We can put a cap on it. What I mean by probably is I can probably be bothered to put a cap on it. Which is a different thing entirely. So, sorry rats, you're done for. Rat number 1, you have earned a collider. But it is going to be a trigger. And it is going to be smaller than that. Right, so now he has a collider. Cool. That means... why are you in a separate window? Get back in there. That means we can say... on trigger enter 2D... repairable equals collision get component repairable. If repairable is null, so they're not a repairable object, then do nothing. But if you are, remove, I don't know, 1 durability. And let's give each rat a score. If, no wait, not if. Is if a class? What the hell? What was that? If. I see. Maybe that's something that exists for people who don't want to code. I'm sure you can do logic in Unity without coding. Maybe that's what that's for. And then we want score for reproduction equals 10. If repairable durability is greater than 1, score plus plus. And then if score is greater than score for reproduction, instantiate rat, clone yourself. And reduce the score, otherwise that's going to go mental. There we go. Now let's see if that works. Every time they step on a track, they'll earn 1 score. Every time they step on a casket, they'll earn 1 score. Let's see how long it takes them to reproduce. We'll start with a single rat. I know reproduction from a single rat doesn't necessarily make sense. But as a wise man once said, who cares? Let's see how long it takes for them to exponentially grow out of control. Let's also check that it's working. Yeah, he's almost got enough. He's got a score of 8. 9, 10. Reproduced. Okay. I thought I wasn't going to have the infinite rat problem. But I forgot that I'm cloning the rat. Don't crash, Unity. Please don't crash. I've clicked stop. It's spawning infinite rats at an exponential rate. Oh, exactly what I didn't want to happen. I've clicked there we go. Good. Yeah. I'm saying clone myself. And of course I'm doing it before I've taken away the score. So the new cloned rat is instantly going, hey, I've got enough to reproduce. What I really need to do is that. We need to say just instantiate from the prefab. And that will be better. We won't get infinite rats. Well, we will get infinite rats, but it'll take a lot longer. Okay, rat. Your rat prefab is this guy. This guy. There we go. Really thought I wasn't going to have any exponential rat problems. Can't believe I've already had one. We should update his position to be where the current rat is. Currently it's cloning them where the OG rat is, which isn't quite right. Also, I think letting them get durability off tracks might be too overpowered. Because quite often their pathfinding says, oh, let's follow the track. And then they just create infinite rats. Well, not infinite, but, you know. They get a lot of points towards rats. This is cool, though. I'll be right back, and we'll see how crazy it gets. Okay, how many rats are we up to? Not that many. I expected more. I thought the rats would really be going ham. Eventually, they will destroy the tracks enough and the caskets enough that the maintenance bot will have to go out and fix them. And I'm going to let it run until that happens. And then we need to think about how you deal with the rat problem. And also whether they should really be able to get durability off train tracks. Because the tracks lose durability every time a robot goes over them, so it might be a bit unfair to also let the rats scavenge off them. It might be too much. So yeah, ways to deal with the rat problem. We could have it so when we step on a rat, the rat dies. Which would actually be super easy to do. That'd be a nice simple way of doing it. To find yourself chasing rats around. Could be alright. And we should have it so if a robot is going along the maintenance track and there's a rat on it, it can squish it as well. That'd be pretty good. End up getting a lot of kamikaze rats. But I guess we can have the rats say... No, kamikaze rats is fine for now. I don't want to overdo the rat AI. I think kamikaze rats will be okay for now. Alternatively, we have a special rat killing device. But I was going to make our first device be the rat harvester, which would suck up rat corpses. So having a rat killer and a rat harvester, it's a bit too much focus on the rats, isn't it? Although I guess the rat killer could be used for killing other things, although I don't really want there to be too much action. I guess we could. There's no harm in it. Make it so you can have like a lead pipe, beat the rats up. We could do that, adding some sort of tool. We need to work out the inventory system, so adding like a pipe that you can hit rats with might be reasonable. Hit a rat, it dies. Job's a good one. And that'll be vaguely cool. And rats will just be like a little pest. We'll probably increase the requirements on them spawning more rats. And then we'll have a little rat generator somewhere that'll churn out like one rat every 5 minutes or something. And that'll be cool. And then we can have... It is a rat infestation. And then we can have... we can create a robot that goes along the tracks and shoots any rat that's within its range. So you could have like a robot that just patrols and kills rats. And that's like its purpose in life. Oh, and that's the job that you could give your freaking angry robot cores. Hello, non-com. If you have any like violent robot cores, maybe giving them a gun would be a bad idea. But you could get them to take out their frustrations on the rats. That might work quite well. I'm surprised they haven't damaged these tracks enough yet for the maintenance bot to go out and repair them. Oh. I guess they don't actually walk over the tracks that often. Definitely not as often as I thought they would. So, I think the next thing we do is a melee weapon. I'm loath to think about how we'll even animate a goddamn melee weapon, but there's no denying we should do it. Yeah, we should. Let's leave that running whilst we... I think it actually pauses when we don't have it focused. Yeah, it does. Boo! Well, whatever. Here's our guy. I've been debating giving him eyes, but I think they make him look too stupid. I'm not sure though. I quite like him having eyes. Then we can make him blink. That was something I liked about Sleepkeeper 1. The blinking. It was a very subtle thing. Well, it wasn't that subtle, because he had giant eyes. But I did like it. Maybe I will give him eyes. Not yet, though. Right. Pipe. Lead pipe. That's our first weapon. Our first tool. It's a tool, not a weapon. It's a tool. And its purpose is dispatching rats. So, I guess I'll make a new layer. It's a tool and its purpose is weapon. I think weapon has implications. Implications that I'm not happy with. It implies I'm going to put combat in. Well, that might happen. It might not. Can I talk a little about the project? Sorry if it gets asked too much. Don't worry about that, non-com. Nobody asks me shit. So, yeah, I'll talk about the project. So, what we're currently doing is... So it all started out... I made this, right? Which is like a prototype. basically the concept is you get woken up, you're like a maintenance guy. In this version, you were just a red orb. But you're like a maintenance guy, and you get woken up on a spaceship, and your task is basically to look after the sleepers. That's why it's called Sleeper Keeper. Your task is to look after the sleepers. These were the sleepers. Ignore the googly eyes, they're too complex to go into for now, but they're also really cool. But just ignore them for now. So you have sleepers in caskets, and you've been woken up by the ship or by whatever, because all the automated systems that look after the sleepers, they've all broken. Let's hire a human to look after them. That's a good idea. So you get woken up. Please look after the sleepers, otherwise they're all gonna die. Cool. So you have your sleepers, and you're just like a random maintenance guy, I guess. And you have various sleepers, and you have to make sure that they're all doing okay. And every so often, the ship will be like, we need a sleeper of this kind. So, like, we need a captain. We need a 3-star captain. And you can look through your sleepers and you can go, yeah, I've got a 3-star captain. And you can take him out and you can put him in some sort of submission machine. I'm not really sure what that'll be. And they'll take it and they'll go, hey, cool, thanks. And you'll get something. I haven't really thought it through yet, but you'll get something in return. And the idea is your initial purpose is kind of figuring out, okay, I need to look after these sleepers, fine. And it'll be kind of awkward, but you know how I said all the maintenance systems had shut down? Over time, you'll start figuring shit out, rebuilding the maintenance systems, and the awkward parts of looking after the sleepers, you'll be able to convert to be done by robots instead. You'll be able to automate it. So that eventually, it'll basically run itself, is the theory. And then you'll be able to, the more of it you offload onto automation, you'll be able to spend more time exploring the ship and figuring out, you know, how to get to new areas, etc., where there might be more sleepers, or there might be other things. And that's the gist of it, basically. That's kind of the intent. And it's going pretty well. We've got a little guy. We've got a bunch of kind of toys that I've made, I guess, but we've got our sleepers. You assume it's some kind of an RPG? No, not really. I don't really know what I'd quantify it as. RPG implies like, well, I don't know what it implies. But to me, RPG is like you level up, you have stats, all that kind of stuff. I don't really know what kind of a game it is. I don't know what it's similar to. I'm trying to think. As lame as it sounds, the closest thing to it that I can think of is Stardew Valley. And I know that's got all sorts of connotations, but it's honestly the closest thing to it that I can think of. But, just to be clear, it's not frickin' Stardew Valley. But, you know, you've got a task. You're trying to accomplish your task. You've got other things you can do whilst accomplishing your task. I don't know, I haven't really thought about the structure of the game that much. These rats are pretty cool. So yeah, in reality, I'm kind of making this up as I go along. I haven't got a big overarching design or whatever. I'm just implementing things and going, oh, that's kind of cool. Oh, that's kind of cool. Oh, that's kind of cool. But the overall idea is what I just said. But when it comes down to the nuances, like maybe it will end up being, like maybe you will have stats. I guess you will have some, but it'll be more equipment based. So like you've got, you don't have strength, but you conceptually do. Because a lot of it is based on physics interactions. And that's kind of tied to your mass. Like the more mass you have, the easier it is for you to push stuff, etc. So I guess mass is kind of a stat that you have. Kind of. Mm. Sounds cool. You come to the stream every now and then, but you've never understood fully till now. That's why it's good to ask questions. Because I'm always willing to answer them. Oh no, I stopped it. The rat explosion is gone. We're going to fix that one thing. There we go. And then just for shits and giggles, I'm going to say... Look, you only need one to reproduce. Let's watch it go ham. I don't want to make a weapon. Why haven't you reproduced yet? Oh, I get it. I get it. Da 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 dee 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 dee. I want to see an explosion of rats. But not as bad as it was earlier. I feel like they should be reproducing more than they are. I know they are reproducing a lot, but not as much as they should be. Hmm. Not as much as they should be. Like when they walk along this track, they should be creating a rat every single time. Every single square that they cross. It should be like a giant influx of rats. See how his score didn't go up? And it still hasn't gone up. Interesting. I guess he is creating one every time he steps over there. Oh, the prefab! The prefab ones have still got 10. It's only the OG rat. It's only good old OG rat who every time he goes into a node, he creates one. So OG rat is making way more rats than everyone else. Which is fine. He's been busy. The caskets should probably have durability. Yeah. We'll give the caskets durability as well as the sockets. I'll need to add visual effects when durability gets low. Not sure what we'll do for that. Probably have to be different for each type of machine. Should be a bit awkward. But we can do it. But anyway. Back to the problem I don't want to solve. Let's do it. Iron bar. I don't know if it is iron. Maybe it's a space metal. But for now we can assume it's iron. If I was carrying an iron bar. As always, let's go with the standard approach of make something up and see how it goes. No, that's lame. No, that's lame. Wow, this one is going to be a real pain in the ass. I just don't know. I don't know what it would look like when he's just walking around carrying it. Let's make the bar separately and then figure out how to position it. It's going to be a little bit wonky. It's just a random bit of metal we picked up. Maybe that's too wonky. Maybe that's not wonky enough. Maybe it's like a pipe. I know, it looks like a leg. It's a work in progress. I need to use more varied colours. It's still got that leggy look to it. I'm just freestyling right now, seeing what works and what doesn't. I'll be the first to admit that's dog shit. That's terrible. That might be the worst art I've ever done. But, you know, it's not exactly a high bar. This is just going to make it look more like a shoe. Let's just keep going and see if anything comes out of the madness. Maybe we can at least make it less shoe-esque. Oop. Mm, 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 mm. It looks terrible. You know that. I know that. But is it good enough? Yes. Eh. Mm, 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 mm. Cool. Right. We have him wielding a terrible, terrible sock. So, now that he's got his sock, maybe it's a space tool. That's my explanation. Now, we need to make him swing the damn thing. Wow, I've got no idea how I'm going to do that. I've legitimately no idea how I'll make him swing it. Do you reckon I could just be lazy? No. There's no way I can get away with this. This would be absolutely atrocious. Worst animation in a game? 2024? You can ignore the other arm. Nope, I cannot get away with that. I'm actually going to have to figure it out. Good to know. But I don't want to figure it out. Not really what I wanted it to do. Look, I just want to take all these. I want to put them in there. Stop just pasting in a foot. Ah! Where is my mind? Where is my mind? Where is my mind? I guess I'll just do it manually. It's fine. I should probably keep these in the same thing, but it's annoying with the animation lengths and stuff. So I'm not going to. I'll steal my garbage pipe, quote unquote pipe. We can figure out how to make it look good later. That's my inevitable fallback. You know what? It's a pretty good approach. The iterative approach has actually been working really well for us so far. There's probably much easier ways to do this, but I don't know what I'm doing, so. Okay, you are right foot. You are pipe arm. You are left arm. You are body. Your head. Which does beg the question. Oh, your left foot. Cool. Uh, uh, Right. What am I going to do about pipe arm? Maybe I should just have it extended initially and have him holding it with both arms. Maybe that'd be better. Maybe it'd be worse. Maybe he should be wielding it like a samurai sword. Tell you what, if he was wielding it like a samurai sword, it'd be a lot easier because we'd be viewing it from top down. Yeah, let's try that. Well, yeah, let's try that. For that, I actually want to steal the later versions of the hands. Do I? Maybe I don't. No, they're the grabbing hands. They're like straightforward. We don't want that. We want like... Well, first up, let's grab that and put it over there. We'll worry about the actual arm later. For now, we'll just deal with hands. I feel like if we deal with hands, the arms will take care of themselves. I know that might be nonsensical, but it's about as sensical as I'm gonna get. So we actually... I hate this pipe. I think I'm gonna throw it away. Right. We'll make the weapon be a separate thing, because then we can have multiple ones that you can choose from. So we just want the hand motion for, like, wielding something and swinging it. So for that... I don't know, man. I'm not accustomed to violence. Let's just make a placeholder. You know I love my placeholders. I used the term weapon, which I don't approve of, but there's no denying I did it. He's ready. He's ready to hit you. Maybe that weapon needs to be bigger. It looks kind of small in comparison to him now that I'm looking at it. Let's make it super long. And then, when it comes to him actually attacking, he'd kind of swing it round, eh? He'd kind of swing it round. I should have just made it so that you step on the rats to kill them. But that's defeatist talk. Sweet, sweet defeatist talk. Nope. Nope. I think it needs to be an extra pixel wide. I think 2 is being too stringent. And we'll work out the details later. So, I've got no idea, man. I've honestly got no idea. Let's create frame 2. Let's turn on onion for all the good it's worth. I've never seen onion do anything, but it's supposed to help with animation. Oh yeah, look, I can see where the old frame is. Cool. Right. What we really want here is a kind of... Let's move it out here. Let's move... I should probably do this on the OG frame. Let's move it out here. Just to clarify, I have no idea what I'm doing. But that could work. So now he's no longer holding it over his head. He's like ready to take a swing. And then to actually take the swing, the bit that's going to be awkward is going to be rotating it. Giving it the old rotatoroo as it comes around. Well, if you don't try, you'll never succeed or something. Sadly, I don't think I can just say rotate it. It's just like, oh, do you want to rotate it by 90 degrees? No, not really. Like 90 degrees is excessive, to say the least. I also think I'm going to have to increase the canvas size to be like 96. So we can give it the old sweeperoo. I think I might have to redraw the pipe, you know? Which I guess is where the onion comes in handy. Let's move the hands. I don't know where we'd move them. I guess maybe just kind of swinging it round, so he'd want to be bringing it towards himself. Maybe like... I really don't know. I've got no freaking idea what I'm doing. But whatever. This is going to look like a cock, just so you're aware. God damn it. But you know what? I think it looking like a dong is I think it's a necessary evil. I've drawn this in the wrong thing. Da dong, da dong, dong, dong. Da 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 da. I guess it doesn't have to be perfect. I'm like overthinking like a single frame of animation. For now, we just need something. Well, should have seen that coming. God damn it! I should have seen that one coming as well. Really? Where is my mind? Yeah? Yeah? One frame closer? Let's add another. Where would the balls go? We need to position the testes. It's kind of awkward, really. I think I'm just going to try stuff. Then we need to redraw the shaft. I hope I'm maintaining its length and girth. I've learnt my lesson. What have we got so far? Time to get demotivated. Well, I feel like we need another frame in between these two, but maybe not because the speed of the swing would be picking up. Okay, I just need to own the fact that this is going to look terrible and just do it. And then fix it up later. Because I am overthinking it for maybe a second, maybe half a second worth of animation. I can always tweak it after the fact. I'll be honest, I didn't think I was going to be repeatedly drawing a cock and balls today. But here we are. Cool. Sure. You know, it's surprising how much effort I'm willing to put into something I know is going to be terrible. I could get away with just doing like 2 frames. But here I am, doing my damnedest. Because that's how you learn. Yeah, the swing should be going quite fast now. Let's not... Well, I need to extend. I knew this day would come where I would need to increase the canvas size to 96 on the bottom as well. Sure. Oh. I dread to think how shitty this is going to look. make matters worse, I'm gonna have to draw the frickin' arms. Currently, it's just disembodied hands. I won't abide that. But it is going to suck. You know, there is a very slight chance this won't look terrible. Don't get me wrong, it'll never be the final product. But there is a chance it won't look garbage. We're only using it to kill rats anyway. What am I so worried about? Just because I have standards. The bane of my existence. It's not bad. That's the encouraging words I need. That is the encouraging words I need. I mean, I wholeheartedly disagree, but I'll take it. It's a great cock and balls. Thanks. I try. It really is. I watched a movie the other day. It was called Mad God. It's pretty good if you like mentalist stuff, which I do. But in it, at one point, there's these two monsters fighting, and for no reason whatsoever, one of them has a giant fucking cock. The other one doesn't, but one of them does, and it's just like, what? But why? And like, it's not like it's animated. It's a stop motion film. It's really good. Stop motion film of like a guy going through some hell or something. I don't really know what the deal is. It's all very vague. But yeah, someone spent a lot of time stop motioning cock physics in that film, which was a bit bizarre, but I guess it added to the atmosphere. God damn it. Do you reckon I need to follow through with the whole swing? I'm not saying I can't be asked, but I am saying a large part of me can't be asked. But let's keep going. It's 6 frames. It's like a third of a second. Not even that. It's a quarter of a second. Assuming 24 frame rate. I can't even imagine being like an animator and this being like your daily grind. It drive me mental, man. But I guess that's why I'm a programmer. I'm sure other people would find that mental. This thing is so inconsistent. That's fine. That's why the weapon is a separate thing, right? So that we can redo it. As long as the hand placements are okay, we can redo the weapon in the future. Now I know, but the hand placements aren't okay. I know. Believe me, I know. But they're definitely acceptable. You know, I kind of want to keep that ghost effect. I think it'd work quite well. I think I am going to keep the ghost effect. I think the ghost effect will really add to it. Either that will look garbage, but then we can just hide it. What? Why are the shoulders in the ghost? Sackboy says, the player very reminds me of a player from brains.io. I've not seen that one. Almost there. It'll move faster than that IRL. Maybe. Just a little bit. So I'm not sure if I should keep the ghost effect. Maybe if you get like a magic weapon. But maybe it should be a trailing ghost effect instead of a future one. I think the trailing one would have been better. For now, let's do it without the ghost effect. That was just, you know, a test. Now, I need to add arms. Now, I don't want to do that. So I'm not going to. I'll add them later. I'm not drawing out the arms. It's going to be horrible. It's going to be a nightmare. I can't even imagine trying to animate the arms. So for now, he ain't having any arms when he's swinging his weapon. Check Pepperonia. You put a picture of the game there. Yeah, okay. Pepperonia, here I come. Messages? Pepperonia. God, I've got some random fucking Discord servers that I'm in. See, Brian's been playing with ChatGPT a year ago. Brains.io. I don't want to say they look nothing alike, but I will say, they do kind of look nothing alike. It's the same view, same top-down view. Many games do floating weapons just for this reason. Yeah, I know, right? But I'm not having it. I won't abide it. I will animate the arms at some point. But it will not be this day. Well, it might be this day, but it's certainly not right now. I want to kill some rats. I want to kill some rats. And that's what we're going to do. New folder. Equipment. New folder. Pipe. Metal bar. Metal bar swing. .png. Cool. Let's do the old sprite settings. I really need to add compression to the sprite settings. I'm going to do that right now because every single time I say that. Where do you live? Editor. Set sprite settings. There we go. Totally worth it. Now, it's a multi-sprite, and the frames are, they're pretty big, right? They're like, 96 by 96. Cool. So, now we've got that. We need to actually think about how equipment is going to work. Which I've been putting off for a long ass time. Because remember, I want no UI. Unless it's in-game canonical UI. And only having in-game canonical UI, how the hell do you handle weapon switching? Tool switching? Equipment switching? It's a tricky one, right? It's a tricky one. Because currently we need to have it so that if you've got no equipment equipped, you grab. If you've got your metal bar equipped, you swing. And that is a real pain in the ass. I mean, I can do it with just a hotkey for switching your equipped thing. But you need to be able to pick up equipment, put down equipment. In the previous version, you could only carry one bit of equipment at once. But imagine how awkward that'd get. You could drop them on the floor, which was fine. But you really want to be able to carry more than one piece at once. Even though it's highly implausible that you actually could. Alternatively, let's think about this from our brains aren't polluted by other games mindset. What if you can only carry one bit of equipment, and you can put equipment on the floor, but you can also put equipment in, like, I don't know, a machine of some sort. And you can cycle through the machine and it'll display like 3 bits of equipment at once. You can cycle through it and then you can pick up the one you want and replace it with the one that you have. That way, there can just be loads of those machines scattered about. Having to repair them could be quite a good thing. Ooh, I've repaired that machine. Now I can get my equipment from this place instead of having to go all the way back to get it. We can have all sorts of stuff like that. Yeah, fuck it. You're only going to be allowed to carry one bit of equipment. We're not going to have goddamn infinite infinite backpacks. I refuse. I straight up refuse. No infinite backpacks for us, and I'm not just saying that because it's easier. It's actually probably going to be much more hassle in the long run. But I think it's going to make for a better experience. It's going to give us more options for emergent gameplay. And emergent gameplay is the key. So, that means I should probably steal the code from Sleeper Keeper 1, because it was pretty damn good. Let's at least be inspired by it. Let's look at Sleeper Keeper 1's code. Because it was pretty good. There was a lot of it. Was it the Object Action Manager? No, it wasn't. That was a completely separate thing. So you had equipment, which was a class that something could inherit. So we had the personality gun, which was a piece of equipment. And you can pick it up. It needs 2 sprites. It needs the sprite for when it's dropped and the sprite for when it's carried. Might be a bit more complex than that for us. When you pick it up, it's how did it get given to the player? We set the transform. How the hell did it get picked up by the player? Player equipment. There we go. So player equipment. You have your current equipment and you have equipable, which is something you are next to. So if you're next to something on the ground, that is an equipable item. And you have your current equipment, which is what you've currently got equipped. That's the 2 important things. You have a button for picking up, which will drop your current equipment and pick up the one that was on the ground. And then each bit of equipment has an activate button. So it's not actually that complex. It's quite simple. And this allows us to yeah. We basically want to do this. And then I can move the grabbing stuff out of player movement, which would be nice. So, first things first. Do I want to just straight up steal this class? Maybe. There is a reasonable chance that I just want to steal this. The only thing is sprites. We can steal most of it. Yoink. It's not really theft considering I wrote the damn thing in the first place. I think I'm going to create a new folder. Equipment. I know. I named a class after a namespace. It's fine. Player equipment. Ah, the system works. I think most of this is fine. Mostly. I'm not sure about these sprite things because they're going to need animators as well. In fact, that's exactly how we do it. We say we do that, which is a far better way to do it. And that should be Gucci. Not really sure what drop location's for. Why would you need drop location? Why would you need drop location? I think you wouldn't. I think you'd pass that in. Let's pass in a transform. Let's pass in a transform. You can't set a transform. Yeah, I know. Shh. Cool. So, then we want to make a bit of equipment called the metal pipe, which might not be its final name, which is player equipment. And that means when it's activated, it needs to do something. I feel like I already put metal pipe somewhere else. Player equipment metal bar. Well played. Well played. Well, instead of being there, can you be there? Then we can nuke that. Cool. So then we need to. Why are all these expanded? Anyway, let's just create an object called metal bar. Metal pipe. Metal pipe. I guess it doesn't matter. Whatever. Um, and then we need another sprite. Which is just the pipe by itself on the floor. Yoink. Geez, you're big. But you're not too big. I feel like the version we'll have on the floor should probably be... No, I don't care enough. What? You are metal bar dropped. Cool. So then, we need to give this guy an animator. Which means we need to feed him to himself. We need to give him the player's transform as well. And we need to give him the sprite renderer. Cool. And by default, you're not picked up. you're just dropped. Nice, look at that. It automatically did the compression thing for me. Truly, we're living in the future. Sorting layer can be floors 3. Hey, tracks. Can you just be on the floor? Be 2. What? Okay. So that's cool. It's gonna need a collider. Not to actually collide with, but for knowing when we can pick it up. And I'm going to be quite generous on it. And that is a trigger. Cool. Sort of cool. Pseudo cool. Cool adjacent. So then we need to set up the animations. First one is... Nope, don't go in tracks. Metal pipe. Metal bar. Dropped. Metal bar. Held. Equipped. And equipped is the first frame of this. And then metal bar activated. Activating. I want to be consistent for all equipment, so for this one we go uh, 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 It's going to be a very fast swing unless we mess with the speed. Cool, I think that's all we need. So, well, I might want a trigger in there. I might want an event. Let's add one. We don't need to use it. Let's add it. There. Cool. Some functions have the same name across several monobehavior components and may not work as intended. Whatever. Get over yourself. So, that's cool. Then we just need to set these up. So we need to create parameter called, what did I call it? Is carried. Is equipped. I don't think I did call it is equipped, but I definitely should have. Uh-huh. So then we need to set up our transitions, which is going to be like three-way thing. So it starts off dropped. It can become equipped with no exit time, no fixed duration, if it's equipped. And then same dealio if it's unequipped. And then if it's activating, you might be able to unequip it while it's activated, so let's not chance it. Yeah. And then we need another one. It could just be a trigger. Activate. Which has no exit time, no duration. Condition is activate. And then we need a transition going back to equipped, which does have an exit time. It does have all that shit. And it doesn't need a condition because it happens as soon as it's finished activating. Boom. Cool. So that's pretty neat. That should be set up correctly now. Now we just need to do the other side. Namely, setting up the player so that you can actually pick up shit. He already has an interaction trigger, which is what I made for grabbing. We can reuse that. That's its purpose. So we have this interaction trigger, which will trigger any time you run into a collider. So if you run into a collider, it'll grab it. Now, obviously, we don't actually want that to happen anymore by default. But for now, let's not worry about it. In fact, for now, whatever. So we want... This is where we need to create, in the same way we've got player movement, we need player actions, I think. Something like that. And this will This is where we'll have that equipable. And that is something... Oh, it's player equipment, right? So that we can now set whenever we run over one. So the interaction trigger now also needs the player actions. And in here, it can say if collision dot get component equipment, if it's player equipment, in fact, let's clean this up a bit. But it's not cleaning it up, it's making it messier. Yeah, maybe. So if it's not equipment, just bail out. But what if it is equipment? Well, if it is, then we want to say player actions equipable equals equipment. As long as if it's already carried, we're not going to start stealing equipment off ourselves. Then we can mark it as, yes, this is something you can equip. And if you happen to go over something else you can equip, well, that's a real shame. We might handle that with, like, I don't know, some sort of implication that the current thing you've got highlighted is what will be picked up. Although that would count as non-canonical UI. So we might come up with another way of doing it. And then we need, so here we can just say handle meeting player equipment. And then we need handle leaving player equipment, which is basically going to be the same thing. But in reverse. Yoink. If player actions equipable equals equipment, it does not equal equipment. If we don't have it equipped, or if it's not our current equipable, we don't care. We just don't care. But if it is, cancel our current equipable. So now we should be able to walk around, and whenever we meet a piece of equipment, it should get marked as being our equipable in player actions. Super useful. I'll be right back, and then we'll translate that into actually picking it up. I am back with some macaroons. Tasty, tasty macaroons. Mm-mm-mm. Awesome. What are we doing? Oh, yeah. So, we have an equipable. We need a current equipment. And do we need anything else? Do we need anything else? I think in here we need to know our drop point. So when we're swapping equipment, we need to know where to put the bit of equipment that we're putting down. Cool. Now, we also need to create an input action, which is we need a key for picking stuff up. So this is like pick up action. I guess it's technically drop as well. It's the same thing. But whatever, we'll call it pick up for now. And then we need use activate equipment action. Pick up equipment. So when we wake up, we need to say, hey, input actions. Can I have an action? Mhm. 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 So that is pretty cool. Then we also need what? Don't lie to me. I know I can do that. I say that because... Oh, okay. I take it all back. Turns out I can't do that. Then These macaroons are really good. Then we just need to subscribe to the events. And then unsubscribe from them. Yeah. Cool. So, on activate, someone has pressed the activate button. What is the activate button? We don't know. We don't care. All we know is somebody has pressed it. So we activate the current equipment. Now, each bit of equipment can handle its own cooldown and stuff, so we don't need to worry about that. This is literally us saying, pull the trigger on whatever we've got equipped, conceptually. It might need cooldown before it works, but that's not our problem. That's the equipment's problem. We're going to tell it to activate, whether it does or not. That's not really up to us. Then, pick up. This is where it gets a little janky. But basically, if we're holding equipment, we want to drop it. And then so we want to do that regardless. But then if there is nothing to replace it with, fine. I'm not really happy about that, but okay. Right, I'm going to stop eating macaroons. Oh my god. I'm going to eat all of them. Whew. Right. So we're picking up equipment. We're dropping what we currently have. And we are saying this at this point we know we've got an equipable, so let's just pick it up, which will do all sorts of shit, but the one thing it won't do is set this current equipment equals this equipable. Yeah, I'm actually going to put that in does not equal null. Get rid of that if. That might be all we need to do. I don't think it is, but it might be. Can you also take your collider when you're picked up? Unity's so fucking inconsistent. And I mean that with love. But remember earlier when it was chewing me out for trying to do this? It was like, you can't set enabled to false. You're mental. Why are you trying to do that? Oh my god, I can't believe you would try and set enabled to be false directly. You clearly need to call disable. Then you go to another Unity class. You go to another Unity class and it's like, yeah, you can do it. It's fine. Why? They're both Unity classes. Why does one of them force you to do this and the other one force you to do a function that doesn't even exist on this? Mental. Like it was programmed by a schizo. But anyway, when we drop it, let's enable it again. Cool. So, I'm not bold enough to say that's just going to work, because I don't think it is. However, you better believe we're going to give it a try. Give it a try, see where it falls down, learn our lesson, fix it. That's the best way to do these things. So, we need to give the player the player actions, which means he needs a drop point. His drop point can be the interaction trigger. He needs the input actions, which we can get from here. Gonna be honest, I'm not entirely sure what this sprites is, but it doesn't have a lot in it. I think you can be killed. No, you could. I think this thing contains the wall and the floor, right? No, it doesn't. Okay, I've got no idea what that sprite thing is. We can probably nuke it. But anyway, we've given the player the input actions. What? Oh yeah, of course. We need to do this. So let's create a new action called pick up equipment. That is just a button press. Keyboard and mouse. We pick it up with E. And then we need Another one. Activate equipment. Keyboard and mouse. F. I guess it could be click. For now it's F. Because I don't give an F. Perfect. So then let's see what happens. I think it's going to break. I would be insanely surprised if it didn't break. And it broke. Oh, of course. See, there's always something. I didn't tell our interaction trigger about the player actions. So when it was trying to populate it, it freaked out. Cool. At least it's an easy fix. The variable collider of metal pipe has not been assigned. Yeah, that feels like a true statement. Third time's the charm. Well, this method is not implemented. I mean, that makes sense. We never implemented it. Now, there is a slight issue here. Just a minor one. We still have our arms. Mm. Mm. If this current equipment equals null, this dot arms dot enabled equals this current equipment equals null. Then we just need to give it arms. We also need to make it so that you cannot grab if you're holding equipment. And I'm going to do it the lazy way for now. There's a few flaws with this, but whatever. They're minor flaws that will work out in the future. Game object does not contain a definition for enabled. Are you kidding me? But fine. A third way to do it. Unity's mental. Two issues, huh? One of them I expected. The other one I don't think I did expect. One of them I definitely understand. It's because I haven't given player actions access to the arms. The other one might have been a side effect. God damn it. The other one might have been a side effect of that. Yeah, it was. I can't put my weapon down again, which is a bit of a pisser, honestly. God damn it. Okay. And swinging it breaks it, but we expect that. For now, swinging the metal pipe should just set trigger, activate. I think. And then we might actually see us swing the weapon, which would be cool. I should probably try and figure out why we can't put it down, but... well... one thing at a time. Just verifying that we can't grab stuff when we've got the pipe equipped. Well, I mean, it half worked. You know why it failed? I know why it failed. It failed because I need to hook up an event to that event that I put on metal bar. This is okay. Once your animation for activating has played out, or you've hit the key point on it, you want to do something. What is it you want to do? And the answer to that is unactivated. So now, each time we swing, it should go a swing and a miss, a swing and a miss, a swing and a miss, which will all be true statements. Now I'll grant you, it's not saying a swing and a miss, which is very upsetting. It's also freaking out somewhat. Like it's playing it more than once. Rah! I think that's because of the fixed duration. Mm. Mm-hmm. Hmm. Why would you play multiple times? Tell me why this guy would play multiple times. Aha! It is technically freaking out, but the freaking out actually looks okay. I mean, yes, it's garbage. I'll be the first to admit it's garbage. But, you know, now we just need to make it kill rats. This has been a lot of effort for a shitty stick to kill rats. However, if we can make the animation maybe longer instead of just going to the middle. Make it look less like a cock and balls, then we might be in a good position. So, we're still not getting a swing and a miss, which is very upsetting. I knew it was debug log. When I tried to do it, it said, oh, you can't do that. See that? Is it because it's using system diagnostics instead of Unity diagnostics? Yeah. Go figure. Okay, maybe now it'll say a swing and a miss. And then we just need to update it to, instead of saying a swing and a miss, kill any rats that are under it. Which will be interesting. A swing and a miss. It plays twice. Why do you play twice? I mean, I guess it does animate twice, so maybe it's fair. So why do you animate twice? I feel like, based on my very limited understanding, this should only play once. I'll grant you it is a very limited understanding. If in doubt, just kind of change some stuff and see what happens. I feel like what I want to do is really simple. I want to say, just play your animation and then go back to the old state. Which is what's happening now, but I think that's because I cut the duration in half. Good for just bopping people on the head. If he had arms, this might look alright. A little robotic, but that's okay. Or at least it's only swinging once now. Cool. So now, we just need to make it actually kill the rats. Which is going to be a little awkward. So, for that, we need to do a check for any rats in an area and ice them. Okay. Let's start off super basic and see where we go from there. We don't really have access to... we've got access to the player transform. Doesn't strictly help us. Sod it. Let's just go super basic for now. Super basic for now. What are you complaining about? I can't add a vector 2 to a vector 3. Yeah, even though you really should be able to. Oh, maybe it's just that. No, it's still complaining. I can't add a vector 2 to a vector 3. Well, you can, you just need to do that. I don't know what's so hard about it. But anyway, it's going to be very inefficient. But we just want to get something that works for now. Rat dot die. And rat dot die, we need to give them a is dead. Cool. This dot animator set bool is dead. True. Then we just need to create actually on update if is dead do nothing. I'm sorry, but you can't run around and increase your score and shit if you're dead. I think that's a reasonable statement. Cool. Then we just need a sprite for a dead rat. I'm sorry, rat. It didn't have to be this way. Didn't have to come to this. But you left me no choice. Sure. Rat dead. .png. Then rat. I need to give you a new animation. Ratdead.anim. And then make a transition from rat walking to rat dead. Condition is, well, we need a boolean called is dead. I guess it could be a trigger. There we go. No exit time. No fixed duration. Just die. I'm expecting at least one random error. Maybe even two. Oh, there's the one. What? Oh, right. Yeah, of course. I'm not actually checking if it is a rat. Not really sure what it did hit, though. Looked like it hit a rat. Best not to question it. Maybe it hit like... Oh, well, it hit the node. Probably need to put some filters on that physics check. Oh, I got him, but he keeps moving because I didn't tell him to stop following his path. Was that the OG rat? I think the other ones are immortal. I killed the OG rat. Okay. Let's update this to not include the walls or the tracks or the areas or the I feel like it's going to be easier to just say do include, but whatever. Yeah, whatever. Right, we might finally be able to do a bit of rat genocide. What? Yeah, no, that's fine. Just kill my frame rate for no reason. No big deal. I haven't changed anything. I think it's that infinite spawning rat problem. Though I don't know why. I don't think it should be the infinite spawning rat problem. Why would it be the infinite spawning rat problem? Well, let's wait for it to figure out I've pressed the stop button. It's probably to do with the settings on the prefab or something. If I had to guess, which I do. Come on, game. Acknowledge that I pressed this button. Well, shizer. I don't want to just Alt F4 it, because annoyingly it doesn't save the scene every so often. And I don't want to have to recreate our metal bar, and I've naively not saved it in a long time. Which means I need to wait for it to be happy. Shizer, it's trying to spawn infinite rats again. I thought we were beyond this. I thought we'd evolved beyond such pedestrian concerns. I guess not. What a problem. What a dilemma. Please just acknowledge that I clicked stop. It's been ages since I saved the scene. Shoot. Shoot on a boot. We are just going to have to sit here and wait. It'll tire itself out eventually. Damn it. El Damaruni. It should tire itself out. It did earlier. It acknowledged the fact that whilst it was spawning infinite rats, I had pressed the stop button. Why has Unity Hub got 6 processors? Damn it, I was hoping it'd run it in like a separate process. I mean, maybe it has, but I don't really want to risk nuking it. I'm gonna have to. Please don't shut down the entire thing. No! Modified a few seconds ago. I don't believe you. Maybe it has crash protection. That'd be alright. Our metal bar is gone. Our rat. It's so annoying, man. It's fine. Rat needs rat. Rat needs collider. Mm. Um. We need to make the goddamn metal bar again. We've got the code for it, but we need to actually create the object itself, which is annoying. Mm. Lame. Okay. You need the player. You need your animator. You need your sprite renderer. And you need your collider. Is that all we need to do? I guess we'll find out. Apparently not. But what? Oh. He's lost his player actions. Which is mildly annoying. This is what happens when you don't bother hitting save in a while. Let's try that again. Let's not. Let's hit save. Then let's try that again. Oh, of course. It's all these little things that I sorted out, but now that it decided to nuke itself, I have to do them again. Well, that's not strictly correct. We're not really supposed to have a pipe through our head. Oh well. Okay, why have we got a pipe through our head? Because all my metal pipe animations vanished. No way. No, they didn't. I know they didn't, because look. Here they are. Hmm. 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 I see. I see. That's the way it is, huh? No, I feel like I don't see. The rat one survived. Although the dead part didn't. But but what the hell, man? Animator. Clip count 0. Why? I made the clips. I equipped the clips. We had the clips working. That's just annoying. Okay, fine. I know when I'm beat. Let's recreate them. But I'm not happy about it. I wonder. I was cutting the duration in half, but maybe I should have been doing this. And then let's add our keyframe in. Cool. Now I just need to set these up again. I can't even remember what they were called. Is equipped. And then we need a trigger. Activate. And then I don't really trust that. I really don't trust it. Can you go back to like there? Oh shit, I didn't hit save. I don't want to have to do that again. And it crashed. Oh, right. This is lame, man. I had it all working fine. And then just because it decided to crash on me, suddenly I'm the bad guy. We do have issues that it's playing the event twice. Right, are you okay? You're not dead. Maybe you are dead. There probably is a way I could have reused all this stuff, but I don't know it. Can we finally kill the rat? Splat the rat. Splat the rat. Oh, we got him. He still moves, but that's fine. Cock smash the rat. Yeah. Right, why is it still happening twice? Because I really feel like it shouldn't be happening twice. I don't know what this means. I've got no idea what any of this means. But I do know that when I modify it, it stops swinging twice. Well, sometimes it does. Come back, little rat. No, I was the chosen one. I was supposed to bring balance to the force. It really has to be this. Like, it's just playing the animation for too long, so it's deciding to repeat it, and then it's pulling the trigger twice. But I feel like that doesn't make sense. There's no denying, though, that seems to fix it. Right, we need to fix the issue where we can't put the weapon down. Splat the rat. It's quite satisfying, actually. Not that I condone violence. Yeah, why can't we put our weapon down? Drop our current equipment. Pick up the equipable. Current equipment equals equipable. Equipable equals old current equipment. That's why we couldn't put it down. Splat the rat. I feel like the rat should probably stop moving when he's been splattered. Instead of continuing to follow his path. So let's sort that out. This dot path follower current path clear. Now he'll just slide to a stop. We could. He does have a rigid body. We could apply a force to him. This dot body no. Yeah, this dot no. It depends on who's hitting him. We need to pass in. I'm willing to do it. Add impulse, right? Maybe it's an override. It is. Okay. So now this dot transform dot up yeah, let's just try that. It should probably be to the left, not the up. But who cares? Let's see if it does anything first. Well, 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 my old foe. Oh. I think I resent his head a swing and a miss when I killed him. Oh, look, it does. It pulls him towards us, which is a bit mental. Can I not hit you anymore? Talk about beating a dead rat. Am I right? Cool. So I guess that wants to be times -1. I don't think that's correct. I think it needs to be this dot transform dot parent dot up dot right times -1. Yeah, let's do -2. Let's live a little. Right, now, I do want more rats, but I'm worried about it crashing. But I've saved. Rat-a-tat-tat goes the sound of my gat. Breed. Breed, you stupid rat. No! He turned into a torpedo and killed my frame rate again. But why? Why are you infinitely spawning rats? Let's just force the issue. I don't know why why it seemed to be okay. Well, I did say I wanted lots of rats. I'll be honest, I didn't want this many rats. We can stem the tide. We can't stem the tide. There's too many. There's too many. I dropped our weapon. Also, I need to change it to +2 instead of -2. The rat genocide is real. I should have made this be mouse click instead of F. It's really awkward. Why won't he die? We found the god rat. Do you reckon he's the OG rat? There's another god rat. Did we win? I think we won. I also think there's something horribly off with this hitbox. It's always aiming above us, which actually makes a lot of sense. Nice. The proof is in the proverbial pudding. I don't know why they're spawning infinitely. uh, uh. But why? Why are they spawning infinitely? I mean, I partially understand. I think I might need to give each repairable a degrade cooldown. Should probably make a separate one for the rats. But for now, this is fine. Mm. exponential. So now they can only lose durability once per second. Which is a very temporary, lame solution to this problem. But if it's not a solution to this problem, that's good intel. I see. Why is it spawning 1,000,000 rats? Why would you do such a thing? Rat clone, 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 clone. So they're all cloning each other. That's what that tells us. The first one isn't cloning 1,000,000. They're all cloning each other. And the implication there is that the new rat is starting with a score. Not only that, but it's starting with a score of 2. Which doesn't make any sense. I'm telling it to use the prefab. The prefab starts with 0. I'm saying build a rat using the prefab. Set its score to 0. I just don't get it. I don't get why we're getting infinite rats. There's no possibility here for infinite rats. Especially with the goddamn cooldown that I put on building up score. I might have to add some debug logs. Why they're all getting each other is the prefab. That's not... I see. This has to be a solved issue, but Basically what's happening is, in the prefab for the rat, I've said the rat prefab is the rat prefab. And Unity's saying, oh, okay, that means that each rat is its own prefab. But that's not what I want it to mean at all. I want it to always mean the goddamn rat prefab. Haven't resorted to this in a while. Let's ask the old GPT. Hello, friend. In Unity, if I have a prefab that takes a prefab of itself as a variable via the editor, it seems to be saying that any instance of that prefab should use itself as the prefab, as its prefab variable. I'm using the word prefab too much, but it does make sense. Instead of using the actual prefab itself. Is this a common issue? And if so, how can I fix it? A prefab within a prefab, each dreaming of being the real one. That is exactly it. In Unity, when you assign a prefab to a variable within itself, you're creating a reference loop. Yeah. Instead of assigning the prefab to a variable, consider using a script to control when and how it's instantiated. Yeah, I mean, it's a bit lame, but I could do. Prefabception, that's exactly what it is. That's what Unity said, right? Prefabception. That's pretty good. I've told my ChatGPT to have a sense of humor. It lays it on a bit thick sometimes, but it's quite good sometimes. It just slips in the occasional joke. Sometimes they work, sometimes they don't. Prefabception was pretty good. I don't really want to manually specify the path to my prefab. Revisit the need to have a prefab contain an instance of itself. Keep your prefabs in orderly lines rather than chasing their own tails. I didn't even tell it I was doing animals. I feel like it's in my head sometimes. My situation is I have a rat object. When it eats enough food, it spawns a new rat. That's why it takes the prefab of the rat. Maybe I did tell it about the rat. No, I didn't. The problem is the prefab is saying it has enough food to spawn a rat, thus the infinite deluge of rats. I thought I could get away with setting its score to 0 when I instantiate it. That doesn't seem to do the trick. I don't really want to manually load the prefab via resource.load though. That seems kinda lame. Because what if I move the prefab? Any other suggestions? Other than that weird prefab assigner object you talked about, which seems a bit mental to me. Classic conundrum of self-replicating rats. A true tale of recursion gone wild. Yeah. Few ways to ensure the newly instantiated rats don't inherit the full belly of their parent. Yes. Reset the state. That is what I did. Mm. 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 Mm-hmm. Let's go with that one. Hopefully that works. Well, I did say hopefully. I wonder if it's because I'm passing him rat and not game object. Let's try that. Do I believe this will solve the issue? It's kind of 50-50, honestly. Nope. It's annoying because I really thought that awake one would do it. I'm gonna have to do what it suggested, and I'm not happy about it. Where do you live? Assets, wildlife, rats, rat.prefab. And if this doesn't work, then fair play to the rats. The object you want to instantiate is null. Yeah, that's fair. I didn't actually bother to check that that was the real path. Assets, wildlife, rat. Look, this time you shouldn't be null. Maybe I don't need to say assets. Maybe it's a given that it's an asset that I'm trying to load. But it is rat.prefab. Assets, wildlife, rat.prefab. Just goes to show there really is no God. Ensure the prefab path is correctly provided in the resources folder. What? No, it's not a resource. Even the lame solution doesn't work. Even the lame solution doesn't work. What other lame solutions did it have? That one doesn't work. That one doesn't work. I don't want a rat factory. Well, honestly, the rat factory is not a terrible idea. Let's do the rat factory. Yeah, the rat factory's fine. And then we'll need to actually create the rat factory, but the rat, instead of taking the prefab, will take the rat factory. Then we just need to actually create the rat factory. Where are you, Rat Factory? Oh. Mhm. I need to restart Unity. Well, no, I shouldn't need to restart Unity soon. I forgot it crashed earlier. Rat Factory has the prefab for the rat. The rat has the Rat Factory. I don't know if it'll let me do this. Yeah, that was wishful thinking. Hey, Rat Factory, do you want to be a prefab? I'll be honest, I'm not massively convinced that's going to work. But I guess we'll see. That was the opposite of working. That was even worse. God damn it! The worst thing is, this was working earlier. We saw it working. We saw it working. And I haven't changed anything related to spawning rats or whatever. Why? Why would you have changed? Why are you still spawning infinite rats? The rat factory really should have solved the problem. But why? They're all initial clones, at least. Which implies the problem is somewhere else. And ratception might not have actually been an issue. They should only enter that once. And they need to enter it twice in order to reproduce. Oh, that's a good thing to check. Rat? Coming back? It's almost as if in fact, it's very, very, very much as if he's not actually reducing his score. It's the only thing I can think of. He should be reducing his score, but the only thing I can think of is that he's not. Because he's literally churning them out. But the durability of the thing isn't going down. Well, I guess to be fair, I'm not actually checking that it did go down. I'll be right back. You know what's weird? When he went into the socket, he didn't spam rats. And the first time, he only spammed one rat. Is it because it's a crossroads? Mm, but it being a crossroads shouldn't matter. Um, maybe? But why? Oh, I know why. I've cracked the code. The crossroad is a problem. Remember all that stuff I put in track? I know that's vague, but if you're on the same wavelength as me, you'll know what I'm talking about. No, it wasn't in track. It was in... I guess even I don't know what I'm talking about. It was in repairable. This stuff. We're going to put this in rat. Then we don't need last eaten. We can say time to next meal. Time per meal. I know it's not really meals, but well, it's as close as we're going to get to meals. If time to next meal is greater than 0, do nothing. Mhm. Previously, he would have kept eating people. Like if you pushed a cart over a dead rat, it would have taken a bite. Which is arguably wrong. Mm, 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 mm. Get rid of that, which I'm happy about. Get rid of that, which I'm happy about. And finally, maybe, we won't have infinite spawning rats. Which means I probably didn't need the rat factory. But I guess it's fine. There's no harm in a rat factory. The perfect crime? Oh, I've still got that issue. Splat the rat. Splat the rat. It's unreasonably satisfying. Even if it does bounce them the wrong way when you hit them. Splat the rat. Now, to be fair, I know we spent a lot of time on this rat smashing weapon. Feels like overkill. But I guess it is overkill. So then, I think the next thing we need to make is a vacuum cleaner for rats, where we can suck them up and it'll fill up some storage that we've got with biomass. Sweet, sweet biomass. Now let's clean up the dead rats and use them for nutrients. And that'll be quite cool. We can do that. That's just another bit of equipment. We've got the equipment stuff sorted now. So that's pretty rad. I also need to give this guy his arms back. Splat the rat. You can actually drag the rats around. Which is you know, is there a purpose to it? Not really. It's just a side effect. You could spell out your name in rats. You could, well, there's not really much you could do with being able to drag dead rats around. But there could be stuff you could do with it. Use them as bait for bigger rats? I don't know. Use them as bait for something. Maybe if you don't have the cleanup item, you could just drag the rats. Cool. I need to fix that. Let's do that. I did kind of YOLO that in. Is this? What we need to do is need to get the local position we want to target at, which is straight in front of us. Then we want to convert that to world space. That'll get us a world position. And then here, we want to use world position. And then this needs to be 2. That should fix that issue. I'll let them go forth and multiply a bit first before I lay my vengeance down upon thee. Well, I did a slight miscalculation. If you ignore that, it's kind of working. It needed to be -1, not 1. Cool. Don't really know why it needs to be -1. I feel like it should have to be 1, but best not to question it. Oh, of course it has to be -1. Silly me. Cool. En coule ton poulet, as the French say. And if they don't say that, then they should. Because it rolls off the tongue quite nicely. Huh? 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 I mean, sure, the hit radius is a bit off. But who cares about the hit radius right now? Something quite satisfying about beating these rats to death. I think it's all the hassle they put me through. Now, obviously, we'll turn down their spawn rate. It's a little excessive. And then, next up is either animate the arms, which I don't want to do, or create the vacuum cleaner, which I do want to do. And that'll be our first resource that we're creating. Before we've even made power, we'll be making biomass as a resource. Won't have anything to do with it, but we can create it. Oh, we should make it so you have a hunger stat. And then if you can't find any food, you have to start eating your sleepers. Oh, that'd be awesome. And then there could be an achievement if you make it through the whole game only eating sleepers. And it'd be like, you son of a bitch. Or something. That'd be really cool. It's starting to not be happy with the amount of rats. Wonder how many there are. We can probably optimize them. I think there's quite a lot. I could probably optimize it by disabling most of the rat's systems when it dies. Could also probably optimize its pathfinding. I could make it not use physics for its movement. Well, I kind of like it using physics for its movement. I think that's them all. Rest in peace, rats. Cool. Score for reproduction is 10. I think that's fair. So, next up is saving and committing. We have added equipment and a metal pipe as the first bit of equipment, which can be used to beat rats to death in a very satisfying way. Also, made rats actually do something. Cool. Right. What's next? The biomass. The biomass reclamation handheld unit. The portable No, I can't do it. I'm trying to think of a plank. The portable localized acquirer of nutrients kit. Yeah. The portable localized acquiring nutrients kit. That'd be funny if every single bit of equipment in this game had an acronym that spelt plank, but they all meant different things. Quick, grab the plank. Which one? It just so happens that the names for them all spell plank. That'd be hard to do. The personnel longevity and but you can't use and. Personnel longevity a word for increase that begins with A. I don't know. But anyway, enough planking about. Nutrients. That means we don't need anywhere to store the nutrients yet, or any use for them. But the equipment itself will need it. With that in mind, let's get to work. So, first thing we need is something on his back. It's going to be like a Ghostbuster type backpack where the nutrients are stored. Those sweet, sweet nutrients. Actually, before I do this, Probably shouldn't have done that because I'm going to want it in between the layers, but who cares? Right. A backpack. El Bacchus Pacus. Doesn't need to be anything too special. Not really. Do 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 do. Bum 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 bum. Boom 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 boom. Boom 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 boom. That's like the Game Over You Died music in Sonic, in case you're unaware. Right. Backpack straps. Well, that's not what I wanted. But that's a recurring theme today. Not what I wanted. You son of a... Also, me not fixing the issue. Way. Now they will be under his head. But for now they're not. I might want multiple backpacks, so I'm going to make this. Yeah, whatever, I don't need to justify it. It's being grey. And it's going to have this bit on the back. Well, maybe not there on the back. It's going to have something somewhere on it which shows you how full it is. And as you suck up the dead rat corpses or whatever, it'll go doo-ling. And then it'll be full, and you won't be able to suck up any more rat corpses until you deposit it somewhere. That'll do for now. Then comes the dreaded arms, but I think it's going to be a lot easier than the pipe. The goddamn pipe. That was a foot. That's not really what I wanted. Now this one should be much easier because he's going to be holding something. Maybe with like a tube coming round here. I swear I copied this. Hmm? Now I'm not sure what the tube gun, what the reclamation device should actually look like. In my defense, I've not known what anything's going to look like, and most of it looks okay. It's just a vacuum, really. But we'll try and give it a bit of flair once we've got the basics in place. So, it's going to need a wide nozzle. It's probably going to want to be like, I don't know, we're in the usual make shit up and see where it goes routine. Uh-huh. If in doubt, stretch it out. That's what she said. Hmm. Cool. That's mostly fine. In a kind of fine way. I know, I'm always going with the greys. I know. I know. Mm, 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 mm. Um, I'll admit it looked kind of shitty, but that's fine. Then I think I want it further out. Mhm. Mhm. Then we need a tube that goes from here up to here. Tubes, my favourite thing to do. I could use the curly line, but I don't know how it works, so we're just going to stick with what I know. This is the bit where it gets awkward. I guess I'll do it from this side. I guess it's not that awkward, it's actually literally going to follow this. Well, at least for now it is. I've seen worse tubes. Mainly ones I've made myself. But they count. Yeah, sure. Whatever. I know. Grey. Again. God damn it. Every time. Wait, did I draw this on the right hand? What a bell end. I did. Okay. That's better. I'm not falling for this one again. Nice try. What? Oh, that's on right hand. Mm, 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 mm. I don't like the front part, but I'm pretty happy with the tube. Well, pseudo happy with the tube. I wouldn't say I'm ecstatic about it. I don't really know what I'm doing here, but it might have some sort of visual effect. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. God damn it. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Now just imagine that the head is on top of the tube, and I think this is okay. Let's export this as equipment vacuum. How do you spell vacuum? I feel like it is. Yeah, it is. Good. And this is vacuum equipped. What? No, 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 no. Selected frame. Mm-hmm. Then we need one for vacuum on the ground. I wonder if for that one we can just go. There we go. Vacuum on the ground. It's the perfect crime, for now at least. Nice. And then we're going to need one for it being activated, but I want to do something potentially pretty cool for that. So let's not do it yet. Let's hit these up with my set sprite settings. Cool. Hey, Metal Pipe, do you want to be a prefab? I really thought you were a prefab. There you go. Let's create a new one. Vacuum. I mean, it is basically a metal pipe. Obviously needs some work. It's not the best dropped sprite in the world. Kind of looks like a kiosk. That's okay. It's just there for now. And it needs a collider for where we can pick it up. What? I put this on the goddamn grid. That's a bit excessive. The game's like, it's not excessive. Technically, the sprite is this big. It's just most of it's transparent. I know. I know. Cool. Then let's save the scene. Let's commit everything. I want to catch it in a trick here. Then I want to include this vacuum folder. So let's include it. Oh, I've included it in the project. Then let's exclude these. Oh, you've been excluded from the project. See how it shrunk? See how it shrunk? I'm on to you. See how these are now modified? No, 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 no. You don't get to be modified. I said you don't get to be modified. Well played. Well played. You have beaten me, Unity. I really thought that'd work. I guess it did work. Cool. Okay, so I can get around that weird thing where it nukes all my changes when I add a file, add a folder. That's good to know. Well, I feel like these aren't modified. Yeah, they're not. Whatever. Anyway, then what we actually want to add is vacuum.cs, which is equipment, player equipment, I guess. Then we need to implement activate, which is not implemented. That's fine. And then once Unity pulls its finger out, we can just say you are a vacuum. You need the player, which honestly I could probably automatically get you. You need your animator, which I could automatically get you. To be fair, I haven't given you an animator. To be fair, I haven't set up the animations yet. Yeah, go on then. I'll do it. Vacuum dropped.anim. Vacuum equipped.anim. And that's all. We haven't got a third one yet. You need your sprite renderer, which I could just give you, and you need your collider, which I could just give you. I don't want to have to drag these all the time. And I could give you the animator. Let's do that now, because it's really annoying. Sure. That one, might be a bit sketchier, but whatever. Cool. That should be it. I know I say that a lot, but it really should be. Apart from the activation. Well, I mean, kind of looks like we're ready to play the tuba or something. The hands are missing. Why are the hands missing? Oh, because I never set up the animations. We didn't set up the animations. Do 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 do. What? Where have all my animations gone? I hate this crap, man. Where the hell are my animations? We know the rat should have them at least. Hey rat, are you still animated? Please still be animated. Good. So if rat is still animated, where the hell are his animations? We know it's on rat, because look, we can see is dead. Is it because it's prefab? No. Am I just going to restart Unity? Yeah. Sometimes this happens and you just restart Unity and then it works. I don't know why. But I do know it's really fucking irritating. It drives me loco. See, look, they're back now. Why? Who knows? Someone will be like, I know. Well, good for you if you do. So we need a new bool called is equipped. I hate setting this up. Mr. Tools says, I have all the answers. That's good to know, man. I'll remember that. Callum will remember that. Mm-hmm. We don't have any other state right now, so that's fine. And I think it automatically sets those, right? I think. In the base. Maybe it doesn't set them in the base. Ugh, imagine if it doesn't. It does. Okay, good. Da da da! Piece of equipment number 2. Pretty cool, right? I know it looks terrible, but it's pretty cool that we've got 2 bits of equipment. And we can swap between them. I think it's pretty cool. Now we just need to make this be able to be activated so it can... Oh, should we let it suck up live rats? That'd be awesome. I think the answer to that is yes. Ghostbuster, backpack, and cock and balls. Yeah. And we're about to make the cock and balls obsolete by letting this thing suck up live rats. Which will be pretty sweet. Right. The backpack is quite awesome. I know it needs improvements graphically, but conceptually it's awesome. And it's not that bad. I mean, compared to the sleeper cells, it's a piece of crap, but whatever. We're going to need a second collider on the vacuum. And I'm going to put it in a extra object called the nozzle. Nozzle, 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 nozzle. Nozzle, 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 nozzle. And that will be pretty small. Okay, nozzle. Can you go like there. Actually, I think I'll move it further forwards. To like there. Yeah. Now this might be quite tricky. That's okay. I live for tricky. So, I'm going to put that in the prefabs, lest I forget. We're not going to worry about an animation for activation yet. We don't need to worry about it technically, so let's just not. Let's get it actually working. Nope. Do I even need that? No. I mean, this doesn't have to only pick up rats, but for now, we can make it pick up all sorts of stuff. But for now, it's rats. So if a rat has entered the nozzle zone, we want to... whatever. But for now, let's have public float biomass. Biomass plus equals 1. We can change that so that each object has a given biomass, etc. So instead of saying rat, we would say, are we sucking up something that has biomass? If so, increase the biomass by its amount. But for now, we'll just say it's only rats and it's plus 1. How do you destroy something? I thought it was rat.destroy. Game object dot destroy rat. I think that's it. But it's not actually vacuuming at the moment. It's not sucking stuff in. But let's see if this works. If this dot is carried. If you're not carried, you ain't allowed to suck up any rats. But if you are, then you can. We are going to add a sucking motion. But for now, let's see if this works. Oh. I need to change that to be a trigger. Otherwise it doesn't go into that trigger 2D on blah. Come back, rat. I really feel like that should have worked. Well played, rat. Well played. That really should have worked. Okay. You win this round, rat. But why? Why do you win this round? I know we're not doing anything in activate, but that's intentional at the moment. Let's see if it's at least giving it the old college try. Because it should be working on live rats. No, it's never reaching that point. Okay. That's fine, I suppose. But why? Hang on. Let me just check that the collider is still active when we pick it up. Yeah, it is. Oh. Nozzle, get out of town. Yeah, but then I've got the double collider problem. The old double collider problem. Truly, it is a problem, and it is related to double colliders. Um, because if I have two colliders, sod it, let's just try it. Eh? Rest in peace, rat. Oh, rat. I'm gonna let them build up a bit. Build up a rat army. Actually, it's gonna take them forever to build up a rat army. I nerfed their growth. I nerfed it hard. Because I just beat him down. Nice. So, I'm thinking, when we suck something up, we could have an animation that plays that, like, does something to this tube. Makes it look like something's going up it. Look, 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 look. That might be cool. And we want to make it so that when you turn it on, it sucks stuff towards it. That's the next thing. And for that, have I used particle physics? I do intend to. Well, not particle physics, but I do intend to use particle effects. It's awkward because I need both colliders. Yeah, I think that is what you meant, man, but I didn't want to call you out on it. Do you reckon that'll do the base a weight? I guess I can find out. There we go. It's a bit of a weird way of doing it, but it should work. He says. I think it should. As long as I make metal pipes collider not be a trigger, which is fair. You just can't walk over the metal pipe. I mean, it's not massively fair, but whatever. Cool. So then, we have access to the nozzle collider. What does that give us? Well, it gives us summon. What are my options? Nothing useful, huh? Nothing useful. Okay. In that case... I think I need a third collider. I don't want a third collider. But I do think that is what I need. Yeah. Well, no, I do. No. Let's create a new class called it's called something. Sucker. That's what it is. That's what it's gonna do. Yeah, that needs to be a list. I don't know what a list is. Yeah, you do. If this, if collision attached rigid body does not equal null, bodies add collision rigid body. If bodies contains do nothing, otherwise add it. Same dealio but flipped. Bodies remove. Cool. So now I've got a list of everyone who is inside this sucker. Whatever this sucker is. Then it needs a suck point. And on the fixed update, for each body in bodies, direction equals body transform position minus this parent. Oh, minus this suck point position. So that gets us how far away they are from the suck point. And which direction. Then, body, add force, direction. Probably want to do suck strength, but for now that's fine. And that should work as long as we set up suck point. And create a collider. So let's give vacuum a sucker, which needs a... I think I want a polygon collider. It's probably not the best way to do this, but I say that about everything, so honestly, who cares at this point? Plus, it is actually a pretty good way to do it. I bet this is how they did it in Luigi's Mansion. I mean, they didn't make that in Unity, but if they had, this is how they would have done it. Sure. You are a trigger. And then you need to be sucker. And you need a suck point, which is going to be... Shit, man. Your suck point is going to be... We don't want it to be there. Well, arguably it could be there. Sod it, let's just try it being there for now. See what happens. Might behave a bit weird, but I don't want to set up another object just to be the suck point, just so I can pass it in. Now this is going to eternally suck. We haven't got turning it on and off yet. Have you tried turning it off and on again? No. I don't think it sucks very strongly. You can see it trying to suck him, but he's too strong. And why is he too strong? Because I'm not multiplying the distance, so the strength falls off. I just walked into it. Fair enough. This actually needs to be direction dot normalized times this dot suck strength, which we need to create. And that means we can tweak it. Suck strength of, I don't know, 5? 5 might be excessive. I think even 1 would be pretty good. 5 is probably going to catapult him. He's pretty good at getting away. How much force is he getting applied every turn? He's really good at fighting it. Which I guess is fair. Let's kill him. That'll be a cleaner test. It's supposed to be used on dead rats anyway. Okay. Maybe making the bar not walkable was actually incredibly annoying. Oh, I'm pushing it away! I guess I need to multiply it by -1. Lesson learnt. Also, suck strength of 5 doesn't seem like it's that good. Which is weird, you'd think it would be. Come back. Aha! A very weak sucking ability. To be fair though, I think rats having a mass of 1 is excessive. Let's lower their mass down to like... I don't know, 0.2? Now they're going to be really fast. They're almost too fast. I might need to reduce their move speed a bit to counteract their lack of mass. Got him. Now they really fly when you hit them. Ooh. 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 Nice. One last try. Let's try and catch him without killing him. Oh, he ran into us. Fair enough. Cool. I wonder if I should allow it to pick up living rats. It's kind of OP. Kind of OP when it picks up living rats. No, I think you should have to whack them first. I think that's fair. But we also need to make it so this has a cool particle effect when it's turned on, and we also need to have the ability to turn it on. So let's do that. If you're not turned on, don't do anything. uh, uh-huh. Make it toggle. There we go. So now you have to turn it on and off. Have you tried turning it off and on again? Indeed. So now we just need an effect for the suck and an animation for the sucking. Well, it crashed. Oh, right, of course it crashed. No, not of course it crashed. Oh, get component in children. Of course it crashed. Had a bit of a Kuno accent there. I was trying to go Irish, it didn't really work. Oh, I turned it on. Well, rip that guy. It can pull anything, not just rats. It's not very strong, though. Like, it's not strong enough to pull that lever. It's pretty cool, though. Yeah, it is great, right? Can only pull things that have got rigid bodies. And it's pretty weak because it's designed for rats. But it's pretty good. Cool. Particle effect. This will be fun. Well, for a given definition of fun. It always overdoes it. It's like, oh, I'd like a particle effect, please. And it's like, sure, how about you just fire the floor everywhere? It's like, no, calm down. I don't want to fire the floor everywhere. Sucking effect. I think I resent that being on a separate object. Yeah, I do. Well, at least it's not the floor. Right. So, now we get to have some fun figuring this out. I started to get the hang of it last time, right? When I made the heel ray. Except this time we want the opposite. So the arc needs to be... I'm not sure if the arc is actually what matters. I guess it is. I guess we want it to be like a 45-degree arc, maybe. Whatever. I don't really know why that's rotated so weird. Is it because of the angle? No. Oh, it's because it always points north, and then it arcs out to the right. That's fine. Nope, don't want to do that. This is why I should have put it on a separate thing. No, that's not what I want. Although I feel like that is what I want. No, that's not what I want. No, that's not what I want. Which means that is what I want. Why would you do this to me? Why would you have a setting that literally does nothing? I just want to rotate it. Ah, there we go. No, that's right. Okay, cool. Thing is, I feel like I placed this on Sucker. I guess I didn't move Sucker up. That's fine. Might need to be a bit more nuanced with this. Right. We don't need to go out that far, so let's... That's in the... No, it's not in the emission. It's in the... There's the radius, which affects... Like the... I'm going to be honest, I don't have a clue what the fuck radius affects. I feel like it doesn't affect anything. Controls the thickness of the spawn volume. Radius of the shape. See, I thought it was the areas where it can spawn, right? I guess maybe that is it. But I think I'm okay with it just being that because I want them all to come out from a centralized point. Angle I don't really get. Angle's weird because it's not really an angle. Look, it's just the radius again. So the angle is weird. Thing is, I don't know if I can reverse it. Probably can reverse it. Emit from volume? So I think that emits it from anywhere. No, I'm just going to be honest. I don't know what I'm doing, but that's fine. How would I make it come towards us? Surely you can, right? Would I have to subvert my expectations? Well, this is awkward. So I really need it to fire inwards. I'm just going to ask ChatGPT. I have another one for you. I have a vacuum that sucks things into it. I want to create a particle effect for the sucking, but I can only figure out how to emit particles away from my vacuum and not how to suck them towards it. Help a brother out. Create a particle system. Yeah, I've got that. Adjust emission settings. Okay, okay, sure. Enable velocity over lifetime. Set the velocities in the X and Y to converge on the vacuum's position. You can use negative values to pull particles towards the origin of the system if your vacuum is at this point. Okay. So what? Apply orbital velocity to particles which will rotate them around the center of the system. No, please don't. I've gone off the reservation. Hmm. 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 Feel like I didn't want to have a look at this script because it's going to be doing something mad and it's going to poison my brain. God knows what this is actually doing. So we'll figure it out ourselves, but I'll be right back. Right. No! I dropped my macaroons. I guess they can live by my table for now. Rest in peace, macaroons. I was going to enjoy you. I don't like this particle effect. I'm going to kill it. We're going to start again. And I actually am going to create a separate object for it, even though I said I didn't want to, which I stand by. It just makes it so much easier to manipulate. Right. Objective 1. Get them going from outwards to inwards. If we can do that, I feel like we're Gucci. That is technically working. Yeah? 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 Wow, that was much easier than expected. Cool. Um... So then we need a material. 'Cause we are living in a material world, and I need a material for this. Suck particle. We might end up with more than one suck particle, but for now, one and done. So we need to turn it into a standard unlit. Why did I stop? What? Why did I stop singing? You know. Then we need to set the albedo, which I've actually got airflow from when we were doing our particle stuff. I mean our pressure stuff. It doesn't look very good, but on the flip side, it doesn't need to look very good. Renderer, material, suck particle. Suck particle. Your rendering mode needs to be fade. It doesn't need to look very good. So then, size over lifetime. I would like you to go from large to small. From large to small. Maybe not that quickly. Maybe not that quickly either. And then I need to increase your lifetime. And suddenly, it's looking pretty good. Mm. 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 I thought the particle effect, but the particle effect one. Cool. That's trademark good enough. Then we just need sucker to have access to suck effect. Which is in its children. And then I mean, I feel like that needs to be start, honestly, not stop, but whatever. Yoink. And then this needs to be play. Cool. And then this guy. I know I could make a toggle function, but I don't want to. Nice. And by default, you are not playing. How do I have you not playing by default? Oh, play on awake. No. Cool. Let's see if this works. It might do. Stranger things have happened. Now, I wish the stuff we were sucking in rotated with us. But apart from that, there's no denying this is working. Pretty cool. Not bad, eh? I mean, not great, but not bad. I am vaguely happy with it. Let's let some rats go crazy. Alright, they really will go crazy. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. I'm sure I told him he could. Oh, there we go. We will slow them down one day. I don't know. I kind of like them being a bit freaky. Okay, rats. It's clobbering time. You know, you could probably make a game that was just mindlessly killing these rats with various different weapons, and I'm sure people would buy it. Oh, 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 oh. And it crashed. Are you serious? I see, I see. Yeah, that's fair. Okay. Um, I should solve that problem, I think. Maybe. Could go either way. So, the next thing we need is some sort of thing on the backpack that shows you how much biomass you've collected and a limit on how much you can collect. So if it's full, you can't suck them up anymore. That's the next thing on the list. I want enough of them that this test's going to be valid. At least it's quite easy to kill the rats. It's not supposed to be difficult, it's just supposed to be a chore. So that you want to automate it. I'm sure some people will be like, I like killing the rats. You know what? That's fair enough. No, I really thought that would have fixed it. I really thought that would have fixed it. um, why are you deprecated? Use set active, which is now inherited by children. Yeah, okay. I feel like that isn't strictly true. That might fix it. You know, I guess a game where you just go around beating shit up like we beat up these rats is basically Hotline Miami, right? Basically. With a bit of flair. We ain't got no flair. But you know, flair's a problem for the future. Right, hopefully this is fixed this time. I want a decent amount of rats. In a big pile. We can make it so the metal tube can be used for other stuff as well. Like make it so that maybe you can intentionally smash machinery. I'm not sure why you'd want to, but yeah, there could be a reason. Please don't crash, please don't crash, please don't crash, please don't crash. Ah! What? Object type Circle Collider 2 has been destroyed, but you're trying to access it. Well, yes and no. I guess yes and yes. That's going to be a really awkward problem to fix, so I'm not going to do it right now. I feel like it's a problem that should have solved itself, but whatever. I'm pretty happy with that. I think we're going to call it a day there. I think we made a lot of progress. I think we've accomplished everything we set out to do. Initially, we only set out to get the rats running about, right? And nibbling on equipment, which they do. Then we made that iron bar, which I'm still not convinced was a good idea. But we'll find uses for it. We also made the vacuum cleaner. Did we do anything else today? We updated the graphics on the door and the lever. I guess that's pretty much it. But that is quite a lot. Like, now we've got an inventory system. We've got 2 bits of equipment. Well, we haven't got an inventory system. We've got an equipment. Yes, quote unquote iron bar, totally. We've got equipment. So that's cool. And it's quite easy to add a new bit of equipment. Like when we added the vacuum, it wasn't that hard. Not really. We just have to implement equipment and create the sprites for it and decide what activate does. Apart from that, it basically works, which is really nice. Just goes to show the importance of thinking about your code layout. It's really nice how the equipment stuff works. So we can think about adding all sorts of equipment. I think a repair bit of equipment would be nice, so that we can fix the durability on stuff. Because there won't always be a maintenance robot around. But I need to fix this issue when we're sucking up rats. And it's my goddamn pressure system that's causing it as well. The old pressure system as well. I thought I nuked it all. I guess I need to go back to nuking. Rat overload, yeah. Yeah, we dealt with rat overload actually. We dealt with the ratpocalypse. Prefabception. All that stuff. So I think we did pretty well today. Tomorrow. Ooh, what will we do tomorrow? I'll probably add a bunch of stuff before I stream tomorrow. I'm not sure what we should add tomorrow. I guess we'll see. We'll see if anything comes to me. I guess we'll have collected the nutrients in the vacuum cleaner. So we should maybe think about how we utilize those, which would mean sort of thinking about the material reclamation device. Exactly. Materials, storing them, caskets consuming them, that kind of stuff. Which I think is something we need to do, so I think we should do that tomorrow. Or at least start on it. Yeah, the poop. I think the poop should get filled up, and then you should be able to like fill barrels with poop or something, and then like drag them around and just store them in a corner. And that's like your temporary solution initially. Like initially you just have to fill up barrels with poop or like giant vats with poop and just store them. Yeah, exactly, biohazard material barrels. And you just got to store them in a corner. And like over time you'll just like have rooms that are just filling up with these biohazard barrels, and it'll be like, ooh, this isn't good. And then we can give you a way to get rid of them or refine them or something with them. But initially, it'll be a burden that you'll have to keep storing these barrels, and they'll be getting in the way, and you'll be like, God damn it, I hate these fucking poop barrels. But then eventually, they'll either become useful or will give you an easy way to dispose of them. Yeah, exactly. You'd have to have a poop holding bay. But you'd have to decide where that poop holding bay was. There won't be a holding bay. So you'll have to go, yeah, I don't really use this room much. Or I'll line the corridors with them. You know? But the more poop there is, the more rats could spawn. I don't know if that makes sense, but it could definitely be true. You know? It's the economy of the ship. Maybe later on there's like an agricultural sector and you can give them the poop. Like, here you go. Like, you unlock it later on as you've unlocked more access to the ship or found your way there. And they're like, we'll take your poop. We'll trade it for, I don't know, something. There's all sorts we could do with the poop. So, yeah. Then the poop fertilizes the food you eat. Yeah. Here's a question. If we're talking about, so there's going to be the nutrition, like the biomass. And the biomass, we get it from the rats, or we get it from the sleeper caskets, or we maybe get it from other places. I think we have to eat. So as well as the sleeper caskets consuming biomass, I think we have to consume it. And in a similar fashion, do we need to poop? Think about it. I think we do need to poop. And I think if we don't poop, I think we shit ourselves. It'll be the perfect thing. And we won't tell anyone because there's no UI. There's no UI. So you wouldn't know it was going to happen. I think we're going to have... I think I'm going to have like... because there's going to be no UI, we're going to have this guy's needs showcased somewhere on him. I think his helmet's a pretty good place. think his shoulders are an okay place. We could always have him... We could always update this guy to have more space where we can display his stats. You know, like how in Dead Space it's on your spine, like your health is on your spine or whatever. Imagine that, but instead of it being health, it's like a how close you are to shitting yourself meter. Yeah, you could leave poopy footprints. Exactly. And then you have to use the vacuum cleaner to clean them up. Or the mop. We could add a mop. We could do all sorts. That's what's great about building a game this way, where you just make up shit as you go along. You start thinking of ways all the different stuff can interact and be really cool. However, we will need to figure out how you have a UI element for shitting yourself. Because there's not going to be anything explaining the game. The whole point of the game is there's no UI, right? So how do you explain stuff? How do you explain? Oh, by the way, when this bar on your helmet reaches full, you're going to shit yourself. I think the only way you can explain that is by having them shit themselves. Right? Mop would be good to have that before you upgrade to the sucker. Yeah, I think so. Kim appears and talks to you non-stop through the rest of the game. I don't think I'm going to have... Well, there might be dialogue. I've been thinking about that. But if there is dialogue, this is the only way I will put dialogue in the game. The only way I will put dialogue in the game is if it's in a language that we do not know. And then I can pull in some of that stuff from that other game where you have to translate the alien language. That's the only time I would put dialogue in. And it would have to be non-UI based. So it'd have to be in-world based. Sort of. I don't want to deal with speech boxes. That's the main reason. I don't want to deal with speech boxes. I just don't want to do it. So, yeah, it could be cool, right? I've got big plans for that. Oh, I got big plans. But only if I decide to do it. And let's be honest, I'm deciding to do a lot in this game. I don't know how much we'll actually do. Maybe we'll do it all. I think we're doing quite well. But anyway, I'm going to head off and I'm going to watch a movie before bed. And tomorrow, resources. Poop. Maybe power. Nutrients. I doubt we'll get it all done. But we'll do our best. But anyway, it has been a pleasure. Enjoy the rest of your night. And I'll catch you later. Adios.